This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents How to Be Better at Almost Everything by Pat Flynn, performed by the author. This book is dedicated to my grandfather John Jones and my grandmother Jacqueline Jones, aka DDOP and DDOM. Introduction: Why skill stacking is greater than specialization. You don't have to be the best in the world to get ahead. You don't need to be number one to see the limelight, strike it rich, or find meaning in life. You only need to be good or great, or at least fairly competent, at a few things and then combine those things to foster that uttermost creative quality within yourself. Specialization, a goal that has been instilled into most of us from an early age, is a snare that has entrapped people for long enough. This book is about to put an end to that. I don't intend to teach you step by step some new way of starting a business. I want to teach you, one step at a time, a new way of learning and acquiring skills that you can use, if you so choose, to start a business, and thus give you a much better chance of not finding, but creating success. People can take businesses away from you, and so can a bad economy, but no one can rob you of skills, unless they rob you of life, which just wouldn't be very nice. You don't need to be born with special DNA for this book to work. You only need to be willing to learn. If you're looking for a mega inspirational story, you won't find that in much of what I'm about to tell you. But if you'd like to read about a person who came to Earth without any special inborn ability, someone who overcame a lifelong battle with neuroses and went on to acquire skills anyway, someone who turned sharply away from the conventional trajectory in life toward building a line of successful businesses, becoming a writer, a musician, a black belt, a B-level fitness celebrity, and a whole lot of other seemingly unrelated but pretty cool things that all merge dynamically into one another, then you'll probably want to read this. This book is about generalism. Our goal is to become better than most people at most things, even if we aren't the best at any one skill. Why do we want to do this? Well, the first thing I would say is that, at the very least, being a generalist makes you a lot less boring to be around. To be great at many things is, frankly, a quality that very few people have. Most people are somewhat okay at one or two things, and then either completely incompetent or downright terrible at everything else. They typically can't even do simple things like keeping a houseplant alive. Not that I would know myself how difficult that is, since the only plant I ever owned was stolen by my college roommate, who thought it was marijuana of some kind. Only the joke was on him because that's not what it was. It was just a totally regular plant that my mom got me. And I knew my roommate was the person who stole it because one day it just magically appeared on his side of the room. Would you look at that, I thought. I wonder what's going on here. So I said, "Yo, dude, did you steal my plant or what?" Then he told me to relax. I was like, "Whatever, man, that plant isn't what you think." And then I got over it, because that's how life is. You get over things. Lesson number 1. Second, if you have any interest in running or starting a business, then being able to stack a variety of skills is 1,000 times more powerful than trying to be the best at just one. We call this skill stacking, combining skills in a unique and useful way, which gives you more breadth and versatility than someone who specializes in one thing. This is something I plan to teach a lot about, so please make yourself comfortable. Finally, because happiness, as the philosophers will tell us, philosophers like Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas anyway, I'm not talking about the hedonists here, involves engaging in and enjoying a genuinely good activity. It seems our fulfillment is not found in what we accumulate, but rather in what we endeavor to do. In other words, skills are good because they give us something good to engage in, and we all need that. So, to put it all together, this book is about becoming good or great at many things, and at least fairly competent at almost everything else, and then learning to combine abilities to form competitive advantages, while at the same time finding total and complete fulfillment in life. Not too heavy of an assignment, right? The secret to all of it? Skill stacking. Yay. The enemy? Specialization. Ooh. Mostly, I want to teach you how to get better at getting better at things, the skill of acquiring skill, so you can build a reputation and a thriving business, if you so choose, with all the skills you never had and never thought you needed to have. The problem, as I see it, is that since most self-help books these days are about topics like finding confidence when you're semi-overweight or marketing yourself on social media, nobody's thought to teach you these inclusive skills. And while I'm all for finding confidence when you're semi-overweight, I used to be one such person, we'll talk about that in a bit, and marketing yourself on social media, Those types of skills have little to do with being happy and successful on the most fundamental level. Happiness is a skill. Business is a skill. I'm going to teach you how to get the skills you need and then how to combine those skills to find your competitive streak and creative spirit. Am I a super creative person? Well, I should like to think that I'm at least somewhat creative. I draw things, I record music, and I write. I even entered a video game tournament once. I didn't do half bad. I won the first round, anyway. But the reason I'm creative, if I'm creative at all, is that I'm a generalist. I'm somebody who got good at many things and then found a way to pull them together to come up with ideas for, and this always sounds somewhat self-aggrandizing when I say it like this, making money. And, more important, having a pretty fun time doing it. I only say pretty fun because there were 1 or 2 times it didn't go quite as well as I had hoped. I'll get over it. You know what? It is hard being me. Thank you for saying that. No, really. It means more than you know. Here, let's sit and maintain eye contact. So this is the way this book will work. First, I like numbering things. Keeps me organized. I'll talk about generalism and the principles behind it, and why I think this philosophy can help you or anyone find success and happiness by doing the things you love and making money from them. Doesn't that sound nice? I think that sounds nice. Second, I'll talk about skill stacking and why it's more effective for being an entrepreneur and human than specialization, or trying to be the best at just one thing. Third, I'll talk about how to get better at anything that interests you through a series of principles that makes learning new skills 40 million times easier. I'll also share with you the skills I think almost every person needs to get started getting ahead both financially and figuratively. And don't worry, it's not like any of these skills take all that long to develop. It's just that most people never think to develop them. Finally, we'll talk about how to actually build a skill stack and put all your newfound talents to work in attaining the good life. Ah, yes, the good life. Because it wouldn't be a self-help book without talking about that. Along the way, we'll discuss some well-known people who use this philosophy of generalism, case studies, you could say, of those who became good or great at many things to find success and meaning and fulfillment. You'll also find more of these additional opportunities to see generalism in action in the appendix. People like George Washington Carver, whom I did a book report on in the 3rd grade, just so you know a little about my credentials. For example, George Washington Carver was more than just an innovator with the peanut and the sweet potato. He was also known for his advocacy of a proper understanding of the relationship between faith and science. In addition, he was a strong, original proponent of environmentalism, while at the same time offering advice to business leaders and establishing outreach programs. The man did a lot because he was capable of a lot, and he had a huge heart. He was even a competent painter. I'll also mention several contemporary figures along the way, which is my way of saying people who aren't quite so, well, dead. As I said, my goal isn't to teach you step by step some new way of starting a business because that, I think, would be boring. My goal is to teach you principle by principle how to become better at almost everything and then help you figure out what skills you may need to do all the things you want in life. I get that this book may be saying some peculiar things and that you probably think I'm somewhat peculiar as well. But trust me when I say I'm onto something and that specialization is not the way to go in life. So many people are still so preoccupied with trying to become the best at just one thing. But the greatest opportunities present themselves to those who are preoccupied, not with excelling at one skill, but with being just good enough at the right combination of abilities. Perhaps the greatest feature of generalism is that you don't need to have any sort of genetic head start. You don't need a perfectly groomed set of eyebrows or a strong pair of arms or a fast set of legs. You can just be whoever you are and that's enough. This philosophy is all very Mr. Rogers. And since you're not trying to be the best in the world at one particular thing, you don't have to be the best in the world at anything. You can just be you and I can just be me, and that's more than adequate because anybody can get better at almost everything. I'm not saying the world doesn't need specialists like Usain Bolt or Michael Phelps or whoever designs microchips for NASA. But I am saying I was never going to be that good, and not to sound insulting, I doubt you were either. And that's fine because most people shouldn't be specialists to begin with. That's why we have generalism. It's not that specialization is unimportant. It's just that so many people think that it's way more important than it is, or that specializing is the only way to get ahead in life, when they'd be better off focusing on breadth as much as depth of skill. Generalism allows people the freedom to become moderately skilled at a number of different things and then to put these skills on top of each other to sneak ahead because the competition, God bless them, never thought the game could be played in such a way. So, that's what we're going to do. If you're reading this book, you may already know a little bit about me. Or maybe you don't. But that's where I'm going to start because, believe it or not, I know a lot about me, and you'll see, a lot of it is going to apply to you. Chapter 1. When Great is the Enemy of Good. It's not like the idea of generalism just occurred to me. It's something I had to figure out after going on a long time in the opposite direction. Like many of us, when I was a kid, I thought I should grow up to be the best at something, and for me, that something was the guitar. I wanted to be the fastest and most virtuosic guitarist around, so I could become famous, get tattoos, and do drugs and all that. Obviously, this isn't how things turned out. Here's why. First, I have maintained a healthy paranoia regarding substance abuse, because with a family history of addiction problems, I know very well what I might end up like. I also maintain an unhealthy fear of needles in general, and have way too much of an indecision problem to settle on something as permanent as a tattoo. Plus, I don't care all that much about becoming famous anymore, for reasons we'll later get into. Those, lofty goals aside, I realized about 5 years into playing guitar that specialization wasn't getting me to the places I wanted to go. By the time I was in high school, I was, in my opinion, the best guitarist around. But only a few people enjoyed hearing me play since I only played stuff that other guitarists wanted to listen to, like sweep-picking guitar solos. For non-musicians, an example of sweep-picking can be heard quite prominently throughout the work of virtuoso guitarists from the 1980s, like Yngwie Malmsteen. Check out Arpeggios from Hell. Because, and this is something every specialist eventually realizes, there comes a point in every skill when you become so good you suddenly lose people on a common level and begin appealing only to other specialists. And that's when you know you've gone too far. Most people in my high school didn't want to hear virtuosic guitar solos. They just wanted to be asked to prom by some singer-songwriter kid with a Dave Matthews haircut. So it would have been better if I hadn't spent so much time perfecting sweep-picking and instead had gotten just a little better at singing. This was a clear case of where a skill stack, singing and playing the guitar, was more attractive than specialization, being a solo guitarist. Because if the goal was to get attention as a person/musician, it was the generalist, in my case my friend, Tom, who was doing so, and not the specialist, me, who might every once in a while impress people with a fiery guitar solo, but could not write a catchy melody. And since most people are basically Philistines when it comes to this stuff, they don't care for all that technical mumbo-jumbo, they just want a tune they can hum along to. That was lesson number 1, in which somebody who was not as good at the guitar as me was getting the thing that I wanted out of being a guitarist, which was having people say how good a guitarist he was, when everybody should have been saying how good a guitar player I was. But how would they know that, since none of them were musicians? As you can imagine, all this made me somewhat displeased. So specialists mostly appeal to other specialists. I got it then. But this was also not the only case where I was the person who was better at something, yet not doing quite as well on the, let's call it, commercial level. Yes, I was, in my opinion, the best guitarist in my high school, but that hardly says anything, since there were only about 10 kids in my high school who even played the guitar to begin with. It's not like I had all that much competition living in rural Wisconsin. It wasn't until I began auditioning for college that I realized how ordinary my abilities were even as a so-called specialist. This was lesson number 2. Not only had specialization not gotten me to where I wanted to be in life, but even with practicing 7 hours a day, I still sucked. I didn't suck, I just sucked in the sense like, wow, really? All these years and I'm still not even close to being nearly as good as I thought? That's a bummer. Because there I was, practicing every waking moment on that bastard of an instrument, and I got my ass handed to me by some 12-year-old Korean kid in an audition for Berklee. That literally happened. So lesson number 3 was waking up to the grim reality of diminished returns and how little I got back for every additional hour I dedicated to getting better at the guitar, when I could have gotten so much more in return if I'd merely invested that time in other skills like singing, songwriting, or producing. I still would have gotten shown up on a technical level by that kid at Berklee, but that was going to happen anyway. Even if I'd decided to increase my practice by 7 more hours per day, I seriously doubt I would ever have gotten to be as good as he was. Maybe he simply had connections in his brain that never formed for me because he started playing guitar when he was 2, but I didn't get started until I was in the 8th grade. Or maybe he was just smarter than me. That is also possible. One problem with specialization is that success is too often dependent on factors beyond your control, like who your parents were, where you were born, how you were raised, what you looked like, and so on. The good news is that generalism doesn't rely on any of that, so it doesn't matter if your parents were models or meth addicts, and it doesn't matter if you have any skill at all. You can be a total loser and still succeed. I did. But if I'm going to impart to you any wisdom at all, it's probably best to tell you a little bit about my own journey from being a specialist and not succeeding to becoming a generalist and doing fairly well for myself, all things considered. As you probably gathered, and we'll return to it, I started out wanting to be a guitar player. I practiced my calluses off, striving to become the best guitarist in the world, even though I now know that was never going to happen. But the things I learned by acquiring that skill have been super important and eventually helped me become a writer, business owner, and entrepreneur. Now, since we're already such good friends, I'll let you in on this. Sometime around the 9th grade, my buddies asked me to participate in a wet t-shirt contest to see who had the bigger man boobs, me or my friend Sean. I'm sorry to have to report this, but it was about the only competition I won in high school, though the upside was that it inspired me to start getting in shape. So, after being humiliated in front of everyone whose opinion I cared about, I began reading a bunch of books on dieting and exercise, and eventually I signed up for Taekwondo, where I got into strength training and kettlebells. What are kettlebells? They're a form of weights that sort of look like cannonballs with a handle on them. Don't worry about that now. We'll come back to it. In the meantime, I experienced a lot of panic attacks and went through a period of agoraphobia where I felt like I couldn't leave my house without a chaperone and a lucky charm of some kind. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Life pretty much sucked at this point, and that's probably where I bottomed out. High school was tough for a lot of kids, right? Through Taekwondo, I learned about meditation and started to get a hold of myself. In 2006 or 2007, while I was still in high school, I decided to start a YouTube channel and a blog to talk about getting in shape and lifting weights and meditation and pretty much everything else I was interested in. I wanted to help others because I was starting to feel a lot of the benefits from consistently working out, and my life was changing in some positive ways. I was thrilled to be accepted into school for music, except my grandmother, isn't that a grandmother's job, talked me into getting a real degree in economics and finance. But I continued to blog, and I put up a lot of information about exercise and my personal struggles with weight and anxiety. People responded to that and saw me as someone to whom they could relate, someone, they said, who was often helpful and sometimes funny. And about my second year in, I realized I could maybe do this for a living. That is, fitness. At first I was doubtful because I thought back to how I never made it as a guitarist, even though I practiced more than anyone, or so I thought, and I looked at my fitness levels and admitted I was nowhere near the most in-shape person in the world. I realized I was never going to be the strongest or the biggest or the best at anything, but I knew I could become fit in a very general way, lean and strong and muscular and flexible. I could balance on my hands and do muscle-ups and lift heavy things, and that impressed people. They saw that I was good at many things, and they wanted to know how I did it. Also, because I wasn't specializing, I didn't get hurt as much as everyone else. The friends who were bodybuilding or powerlifting and driving themselves to the breaking point in their training would get injured and lose interest. So there I was, also writing my blog and making videos for YouTube, meditating a lot and practicing Taekwondo. It was really centering me. People also began complimenting me on my writing, so I took that as an invitation to study writing more deeply and to learn how to become a good communicator and craft prose in a way that is casual and accessible. People were following my blog, they said, not only to learn about generalism and fitness, but to enjoy my storytelling and all the outrageous things I had to say. So that was neat. This was an epiphany of sorts, though a very gradual one, whereby I began to see the value in a skill stack, in which the combination of my fitness abilities and my writing skills, even though I was far from being the best at either, seemed to be intriguing when put together. It was like a sandwich. Even if all the ingredients aren't amazing themselves, they still taste pretty good when mushed together. Eventually, I realized that I never needed to specialize. I never needed to be the best piece of pastrami. I just needed to be good enough pastrami, and then have some bread and sauerkraut and creamy enough dressing. I also had no direct competition because most of the people I was up against in the fitness industry weren't writers, and most writers weren't in the fitness industry. Come my senior year of college, I fell into my first big book deal because one of my followers was looking for someone to write a book about fitness. I got the deal and even did a pretty darn good job with that book, or so the publisher said, so it led to a series. And along the way, I learned a lot about marketing and business and sales. I learned about psychology and philosophy as well, and I studied all of it with a furious interest so I could start to make a living based on everything I was doing. Up until that point, I had done a fine job at getting attention, but almost nothing to make money from it. I began to spend a lot of time with business mentors, and I went to conferences to have my mind exploded by people who made more money than I even knew existed. And all that added to my skill stack, by the way. So back to my grandmother's advice, or not, as the case may be. While this was happening, I was still in school studying economics and finance. I said to my advisor, "Hey, listen, so I've got these books I have to write, and I'm running a business, and I was just wondering if instead of taking that last free elective, I could have a couple of life credits, let's call them." Well, long story just a little less long, he had no idea what I was talking about, and I eventually dropped out. And that, too, became part of my message, because as my business grew, people began asking me where I went to school, assuming I must have degrees in all of this. But I relished showing that college is not necessary to be successful. Education is a good thing, but you can get that from books and coaches and mentors. The funny thing, however, is that I have been offered the opportunity to go back to school for philosophy, which I'm now working on, because one of my followers happens to be a professor at this most adorable little university, and he's hoping I'll have a better experience as a grad student. Okay, sure, why not? We'll see how that goes. The point of this is that eventually you do indeed become the person you want to be, even if you don't think it's in the way that you want. You become somebody who is successful and productive and useful, but not by being the best you hope to be. In my case, with the guitar, you become a generalist, and that's how it happens. It's the accumulation of all these different skills that sets you apart. It's how you manage to weave them all together in a, at first, haphazardly, but eventually deliberate way that makes your existence enchanted. Lessons you learn in one area apply to what you're doing in another area, and the other way around. And no skill you ever learn remains completely unused. Everything is connected, and everything comes into play eventually. So don't throw anything away, because good things are going to come from everything you're doing or will be doing. Your skills may all very soon coalesce, and you'll have money and C-level fame. But here's the thing I want to leave you with. If you're not something without the C-level fame, then you're not something with the C-level fame. No amount of commercial success is ever going to make you happy. The last set of skills we need to talk about here are character traits, because self-improvement isn't about getting things. It's about becoming someone. And the someone worth becoming is a person who cares about not what they get, but rather what they create. The getting should be just a byproduct of doing decent work. Your concern should be focused on whether you're putting things into the world that people benefit from and enjoy using, and another concern should be whether people like being around you. So it's not just about what you create, but also the kind of person you are because of what you create. For now, all I want you to know is that everything works out okay in the end. Well, at least it has so far for me. Life is hard. Writing is hard. Everything is hard. But eventually you find meaning in all of what you do because you discover that happiness is found by engaging in good activities, and that's what being a generalist is. It brought me to where I am today, which is a lot better than where I was a decade ago. Now you know a little bit about my autobiography, though, trust me, you'll find out a lot more. Let's talk a bit about freedom. Chapter 2. Gaining your freedom for excellence and the right to choose, wrongly, if necessary. In late high school and early college, I went through something of a libertarian phase where I became super skeptical about everything. Essentially, I was Snake from Escape from New York, whose answer to all the world's problems was, "Listen, fella, I don't give a fuck about your war or your president." This isn't the most productive attitude a person can have, but I did get at least one thing out of it, which was an appreciation for human freedom. But as I became older and hopefully wiser and came to see the good in people, I realized there was this whole other kind of freedom I hadn't previously appreciated. The libertarian cares about people's ability to do what they want without interference from some tyrant or some other power. That's called freedom of indifference, or autonomous self-direction, if you like. But the other kind of freedom, the freedom that's particular to generalism, is the freedom of self-expression. And that's just the ability to do things because you've gained the ability to do them. The libertarian is right to say that freedom of indifference is important because, yeah, you shouldn't enslave people. That's not a good thing. Slavery, bad. Everyone agree? But at the same time, the libertarian is incorrect to think that freedom of indifference is all people need for a happy life, because there's really no assurance that just because people are free, they'll make the most of themselves. Obviously, we can see this because we live in a country with large amounts of freedom, and yet large numbers of people feel their lives haven't amounted to much of anything. Thus, it seems that freedom of indifference is necessary, but is not in itself a sufficient means for happiness. Obviously, we need the ability to make decisions for ourselves in order to make the right decisions for ourselves. But just because we have the ability to make our own decisions doesn't mean we will make the right decisions. We might make the wrong decisions for ourselves, so that's not good. I don't want to make a philosophical treatise of this, but ultimately, here's what I'm trying to say. There's this second kind of freedom outside freedom of indifference that is more essentially tied to happiness, and that freedom is called freedom for excellence. The secret to finding freedom for excellence comes from living life in a way that does not center around simply doing whatever you want. If I were to put it more bluntly, I would say freedom for excellence is more about fighting tyrants from within, and freedom of indifference is more about fighting tyrants from without. For example, I'm only free to express myself as a musician after I develop my abilities on a musical instrument, but I can't develop those abilities unless I'm determined to follow a set of rules and practice habits. It's only by limiting my freedom in one sense that I can enhance it in another. It's only by giving up the freedom to not practice the guitar, or practice the guitar however I please, that I can practice the guitar in a way that's effective, which eventually grants me the freedom to express myself through the instrument. This is freedom of indifference. You don't tell me what to do, I won't tell you what to do, and we'll all just get along. Again, there's something to this. It's the stuff all good constitutions are made of. But then there's this other kind of freedom that says, hey, look man, it's great you don't want to be anybody's personal minion, I'm with you there, but do you really think just doing whatever you want is going to lead to a happy existence? Actually, dude, this is what I would tell that person. It's often better to take options away so long as you're removing those options yourself. Because here's freedom for excellence. This is the freedom that comes from restriction. Freedom for excellence isn't about being able to move in this or that direction like the notion of autonomous self-direction. It's about having the power to pursue whatever skills you think are worth having and developing the discipline to say no to all the things that are distracting you from your life's purpose. It's about making the decisions that any perfectly rational person with all available information about future outcomes would make, which is impossible since none of us are that rational and none of us can see into the future, but it's still a worthy exercise. Freedom for excellence can be thought of as the discipline of desires to make the good at first possible and then effortless. And to me, that sounds a lot like somebody who wants to get better at things. The point of having freedom is not so you can squander it, but so you can make the most of it and yourself. So you're going to have to learn to make some hard decisions. You're going to have to learn to put off what's easy for what's important. You're going to have to live as if you are not free, as if you are a slave to good habits and effective behavior. Ultimately, you're going to have to learn to impose restrictions and practice habits so you don't abuse the freedom God gave you. I'm not saying you can't choose to live the way you want. I'm only saying that with freedom comes the ability to choose wrongly. And with that comes consequences you might not be comfortable living with for the rest of your life. If you continue to gorge on junk food, you're going to wind up 50 pounds overweight, and maybe someday 200 pounds overweight, and you won't be able to get around on your own 2 feet. How much freedom will you have then? So you should know that freedom is not found in unhealthiness. Only oppression is. But turn that around a minute, because imagine you start working out and lifting weights and getting in shape. Imagine you work up the ability to do push-ups and pull-ups and handstands. And instead of teasing you, people admire what you can do, because that's a certain kind of freedom too. It's just not the kind of freedom people think of, but it is the kind of freedom that people want, even if they don't always consider it. People want the ability to do things and the freedom to express themselves. But how are you going to express yourself through abilities you don't have? For example, you're free to play the guitar when you learn your scales and modes and chords, just like you're free to speak French when you've studied the pronunciation and grammar of the language. You're free to do pull-ups only after you become more fit and gain strength, all of which comes from discipline. This is freedom for excellence. Freedom of indifference is the freedom to choose otherwise. Maybe you grew up getting pretty much everything you wanted and were allowed whatever you wanted, and you took that freedom for granted. And if you take freedom of indifference for granted, why on earth would you give any thought to freedom for excellence? Isn't that how it always seems to go? It's not until you're at the point of losing something forever that you suddenly beg and plead and make whatever bargain you can to hold on to it. Think about what happens if you let time slip away and take for granted all this freedom, but don't do a single damn thing about it. Think about how much freedom you have, but also how much you don't have because you aren't getting better at anything. Think of all the freedom that's left on the table, so to speak. All of us have a certain amount of freedom given to us, freedom of indifference, which is mostly luck of the draw. But so much more freedom is available to us, freedom for excellence, which is earned if we're willing to apply just a bit of consistency and effort. To bring it all together, I would say, again, that freedom of indifference is a necessary but not sufficient means for freedom for excellence, and that every government should secure for its people that first freedom so they can attain some of the second. On the other hand, no government has any business getting into our lives and telling us how to be happy because no government could ever possibly know what happiness for all of its citizens is. That's really something for enlightened philosophers like the author of this book to figure out. All of this, of course, is building to a much bigger point, which is how becoming a generalist can make us not just successful, but happy. I believe we all have every right to pursue happiness, but we have no right to expect happiness just because we live and breathe. Because happiness is not something somebody can give us, and that includes our parents, our spouse, and the president. Happiness is what happens when we engage in good activities. So happiness is not only a habit, but an act. Happiness is not an outcome, it's a deed. It's not like we do one thing, like get married or make $1 million and suddenly we're happy and that's it. That's not what happiness is. Happiness is a state of mind that's produced over time by doing good things. Aristotle said the point of humans is to know things, make things, and do things. He said that because humans are rational animals, their goal in life is to seek the good. And the good, according to Aristotle, is anything that is spiritually, physically, or mentally productive. Without getting too far ahead of ourselves, Aristotle, and later on Thomas Aquinas, said the highest good is God, but there are also plenty of other things on the way to God, like art and engineering, and pretty much everything God made and wanted us to engage in. This is where becoming a generalist is important, because if happiness is knowing and making and doing good things, then it certainly stands to reason that we can increase our happiness by engaging in many activities, not just one. And here it's important to note that our engagement in genuinely good activities is not just about the accomplishment of the activity itself, but also about the kind of character we develop because of the things we're involved in and the reasons why. In other words, by doing good things and, importantly, doing them for the right reasons, we become genuinely good people. The reason I'm spending so much time laying out the philosophy of happiness is that before we get into any deeper principles of generalism, we need something to orient us so that we actually get better at the things that are worth getting better at for reasons that align with finding happiness. You mustn't fall into the trap of pursuing things only because you're a megalomaniac. All of us are at risk of becoming megalomaniacs if we're not careful. If you do so, no matter how many things you get better at, you'll always be sour and resentful and never feel fulfilled. You'll become that person with a monocle and a cigar who is incessantly on a quest for power and never satisfied and always finding someone to blame for his inadequacies. I call this person Charles. Charles is the opposite of Brett, the guy with a skullet and an eye patch who lives out of his SUV. As far as we can help it, we want to avoid becoming either Charles or Brett. Charles applies discipline but in the wrong direction. Brett does only the minimum he needs to get by. Both are missing out on the meaning of life. Obviously, a big part of this book is about making money doing what you love and improving the skills you need to make that happen. But there's also no reason why this can't and shouldn't itself be a genuinely good activity that both pays the bills and fills you with a sense of meaning. For something to be a genuinely good activity, it not only has to have beneficial effects, but also has to be done with good intentions. So you have to do things that help people, or at least not hurt them, And you also have to do these things because you want people to enjoy what you create. Even though the goal is to make a nice little profit along the way, it's the orientation that will determine whether the objective is fulfilling. The point is that none of these things need to be mutually exclusive. But unfortunately, many people sacrifice one thing, happiness, for another, money, when all they need to do to have both is stop being a Charles. You can make great money with the right intentions doing what you love, but you can also make great money with the wrong intentions doing what you hate. So here's why generalism is important. Generalists are people who want to get better at almost everything because almost everything is of interest to them or useful in some way. Specialists, on the other hand, can't help but match their identity to an outcome, because when people are striving to be the best in the world, they've really put themselves in a tough situation. They've built unhappiness into the system, whereas generalists are not overly concerned with an outcome and enjoy engaging in and getting better at some genuinely good activity. Of course, generalists are still going to dominate the competition because that's more a happy byproduct of being unique and good at many things. Generalists, however, never tie happiness to how many people they are doing better than, because generalists aren't trying to be better than anyone. They're only trying to be better at things. See the difference? By its very nature, specialization is set up to produce unhappiness, either because you're striving to be the best and not succeeding at it, or because even on the 0.0001% chance that you do become the best, it's next to impossible to stay there. Eventually, you're going to lose, and somebody is going to take your place and say you were never the best to begin with. They were. I don't know about you, but I've been in a few situations where both of these things have happened, and never did I feel particularly keen about it. When I specialized in guitar, I was always comparing myself to others and feeling awful and inadequate, and then as soon as I felt I was doing something special, somebody would swoop in and be like, "Nah, dude, you suck. Here, let me show you how that should actually be played." But as a generalist, I don't have that problem anymore. I've gotten away from wanting to be better than other people, and now I just focus on being good myself. Chapter 3. Becoming an Expert Generalist. 5 Key Principles. So far, we've talked a lot about why specialization is often a snare and what to do about it. And hopefully you're starting to see some of the advantages of becoming a generalist, such as being successful without hating every step along the way or having any special inheritance, genetic or otherwise. Often people pick up a self-help book looking for tactics or strategies. Just tell me what to do so I can get on my way. I've got a meeting to attend. But to me, that is totally the wrong way to go about it. What people need first is a foundational understanding of a general concept before getting into any of the finer details. For example, when it comes to weight loss, one of the principles is caloric control. Often people are concerned with specific diet plans, though, and since they don't understand that any diet plan can work so long as it reduces calories, they wind up hopping from one diet plan to the next, never knowing why all of them fail. But the reason plans fail, or work initially and then stop working, is that the dieter hasn't understood the theory of thermodynamics or how metabolism works. Once you understand those theories, you can then figure out the most appropriate diet plan by determining which one is going to most effectively get your calories to where they need to be while taking metabolic adaptations into account. Fasting, not eating for a while, is one good example. It's a topic I've written a lot about. Some people think it's the greatest thing on earth, which sometimes confuses me. Indeed, fasting works for a lot of people, but it's important to know that it works because it takes large swaths of calories out of a person's diet. Sometimes fasting doesn't work, though, because it makes people so hungry that they wind up binging on foods they otherwise would have declined, and then they'll come to me and say, "Hey, so I tried your stupid fasting plan, and it caused me to gain 10 pounds, so what gives? WTF?" Which is when I'll tell them, as delicately as I can, that they should have taken the time to read the principles section before they got started with the plan. That way, they would have known to modify the fasting schedule so they wouldn't get to such a point of overwhelming hunger. This is true for generalism, because as we continue to work through this book, we're going to present a framework that shows you how you can go about developing skills. Before we do so, however, we need to understand the principles of what we're talking about, the principles of getting better at things. These principles are as follows. 1. Skill stacking is greater than specialization. 2. Short-term specialization. 3. The rule of 80%. 4. Integration over isolation. 5. Repetition and resistance. Let me give you a brief explanation of each principle, and then we'll see how they would apply toward getting better at something probably all of us are interested in: fitness. Skill stacking is greater than specialization. Simply put, it's better to be better than most people at most things than to be the best at any one thing. Skills in combination are more powerful than individual skills by themselves, even if they aren't as fully developed. This is the fundamental advantage of being a generalist, but it's not enough to acquire skills. You must also learn to combine them. For reference, I'm using the greater than sign to mean better than. Short-term specialization. Being a generalist doesn't mean you try to improve at everything at once. Good generalists are really just short-term specialists in the sense that they focus on one or two things at a time, and once those things are developed up to 80%, but never beyond, see the next principle, they then turn their attention to something else. The rule of 80%. The rule of 80% says that if 100% is the best in the world, then never go beyond 80% at anything, because that's specialization territory. 80%, believe me, is still masterful. So you can safely assume that if you're 80% good at something and still not getting ahead in life, then that something is not your problem. It's time to acquire another skill. Integration over isolation. This principle states that you should practice only the things you need to get good at as they pertain to the task at hand. This may seem obvious, but often people focus too much attention on techniques or skills that make no sense for what they want to achieve. For example, there's no point in a guitarist who wants to play AC/DC songs learning a B-flat 13 chord, since AC/DC never uses B-flat 13 chords. This principle also states that as far as possible, any technique should be practiced in the context of whatever outcome you're hoping to get. Again, thinking of the guitarist who wants to play AC/DC songs, that guitarist should learn just the chords needed to play those songs, and preferably in the context of the song itself. Specific practice produces specific results, so practice only the things you need and nothing more. Repetition and resistance. Finally, if you want to get better at something, you need to not only practice at something, but also find ways to make it harder on yourself. It's not enough to simply do something. You also need to make that something difficult for yourself. Fitness as a metaphor. I think one of the best ways to explain these 5 principles would be through the example of fitness. And even though not many people think of fitness as a skill, they most definitely should. Because what is a skill if not the ability to complete a task? And what is fitness if not exactly that? It seems to me that being able to do a pull-up is hardly any different in theory from being able to play a guitar solo, since both activities require the use of repetition and resistance. The only actual difference is the kind of skill a person is performing. Neither activity is any less of a skill. Part of the reason a lot of people never reach their fitness goals is that they don't think of fitness as a skill. They think of fitness as a habit. And while building a habit is important for building a skill, it's not enough to just get into the routine of doing something without also finding a way to progress within that routine. Putting yourself in a routine will make you marginally better at that skill. It will make you better than people who don't do that something at all, but it will hardly make you great at it. For that, you need these other principles. So how about I talk you through this from the standpoint of a gym instructor, because wouldn't that be fun? We'll imagine I'm addressing a bunch of mealy-mouthed middle schoolers who are timid about exercise, essentially my former self. I want to do this because I feel like when I was in school, I got the worst impression about fitness imaginable, since I was always forced to do it without understanding why, and then I'd get embarrassed because of how terrible I was. I'm sure some of you can relate. Now, let me grab my whistle and put my gym shorts on. Ready? All right, children, gather round. Today is your first day of gym class, so there are a few things we need to get across before we subject your tiny bodies to the rigors that await. First, it's important to understand that fitness is no different than music or math in the sense that all we're doing is learning a skill. But instead of keeping time or adding integers, we're practicing physical things like push-ups and pull-ups. And while some people may be more inclined to be musicians or mathematicians, others may be more inclined to do pull-ups. That doesn't mean, however, that people who aren't inclined to do pull-ups can never be good at pull-ups. By inclined, I mean just naturally good at something. Fitness, for example, is considered a skill because you get better at what you practice. This is known as specific adaptations to imposed demands, and it applies to literally everything you can think of. You don't get better at softball without practicing hitting or pitching. You don't get better at making burritos without folding tortillas. And you don't get better at the guitar without playing guitar. And you don't get better at push-ups without doing push-ups. Fitness is really a collection of skills now, isn't it? Or at least we think it should be. Are people really fit if they can do 1,000 sit-ups but can't run a mile or climb a rope or do a push-up? It doesn't seem to me like they're fit at all. They've just got one ability. That seems like a specialist or somebody who's good at one thing but bad at everything else. This class isn't about building specialists. It's about building generalists. Our goal is to create what's called general physical preparedness. Children, I want you to be capable of and ready for almost everything. I want you to be able to climb a rope and run a mile and lift heavy things. I don't want you to worry about being the best at any one of these gym class activities. We'll leave that for the specialists. Our goal is to get as fit as we can across a very broad array of activities. GPP over SPP is our motto. General physical preparedness over specific physical preparedness. Why? Well, a couple of reasons. First, the competitive advantage. Surely you will not beat specialists at their specialty, but you will beat them at most anything that isn't. You won't outlift the powerlifter, but you should outrun them and have more flexibility and speed. You won't outrun a triathlete, but you should lift heavier weights and have more muscle than they do. And so on and so forth. Your generalism will give you more advantages. So if there were ever a fitness Olympics with all kinds of different tasks to complete, you might not take first place in any one event, but you might take first place overall. That's kind of what we're going for. But also this, fitness and health are not the same thing. And this is something you really need to understand. As we said, fitness is the ability to complete a task. But health is something like the ideal interplay between the organs and bodily systems. The problem with specializing is that you can actually take fitness to the point where it destroys your health. You can try so hard to be the best at some physical thing that you blow out your back in the process or cause your kidneys to fail. These things do happen, and detriments to health are all too common a price to pay for wanting to be the best in the world at something involving fitness. Just think of most football players or powerlifters or gymnasts. Nobody would deny that a person must be very fit to achieve greatness in any one of those sports. But I also doubt anyone would deny that they take a heavy toll. The football player winds up concussed, and the powerlifter winds up in need of new vertebrae, and the gymnast winds up with seriously deformed elbows. This is the price of specialization. There is no escaping it. But the generalist doesn't have to suffer any such ills since they don't care about being the best at anything. The generalist, and that's you, children, doesn't have to put fitness and health at odds, and in fact does exactly the opposite. Whatever we do to increase our fitness should at least not cause harm to our health and should preferably improve it. This means that if we are getting fit in one sense, we'd like to see an increase of health in a similar sense. Fitness is a foundation of health, and health is a foundation of fitness. For example, here's a sample plan that you can use to get started on your general fitness routine. Let's begin with this. Walk 20 to 60 minutes per day, briskly. Also, use the following morning recharge mobility routine. 2 minutes of jumping rope, 5 minutes of Turkish get-ups, and 2 minutes of Hindu push-ups. Just repeat those exercises for anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes. Now, let's take this day by day. On day 1, I want you to perform a pushing exercise and a hinging exercise. Once I work through the weekly routine, I'll explain some of the exercise options. So, I want you to do 5 sets of 3 reps at your 5 rep max on day 1 of a pushing and hinging exercise. On day 2, I want you to do a squatting and pulling exercise. Do 3 sets of 8 reps at your 12 rep max. After that, perform a loaded carry for 3 sets by 1 minute. On day 3, we'll do interval running. That's where you do a 10-second sprint, followed by a 30-second jog, followed by a 1-minute brisk walk. Repeat that sequence for 15 to 20 minutes. On day 4, we're back to a pushing and hinging exercise for 3 sets of 8 reps at your 12 rep max. On day 5, we're back to a pulling and squatting exercise 5 sets of 3 reps at your 5 rep max. After that, we'll go back to the carry, 3 sets by 1 minute. Day 6, we're going to do a pushing, a pulling, a hinging, and a squatting exercise, all for 3 sets by 5 reps at your 7 rep max. Then on day 7, we'll just do some walking and mobility to recover. Now, a few notes. You can visit my exercise at www.chroniclesofstrength.com to find tutorials for all these exercises. But here's a sample list to get you started. For pushes, you could do military press, bench press, dips, or push-ups. For pulls, you could do pull-ups, chin-ups, bent over rows. For hinge, you could do deadlifts, single leg deadlifts, hip thrusts, or kettlebell swings. For squats, you could do front squats, back squats, goblet squats, or split squats. And for the loaded carries, you could do farmer walk, overhead walk, or rack walk. Again, visit my website or YouTube channel to see these exercises performed and broken down. Also, a few more notes. When I say at rep max, I mean to use a weight that you could lift for no more than the number prescribed. So 7 rep max means to use a weight you could lift for no more than 7 reps on that particular exercise. Intensity is paramount. Be sure you're going heavy enough. And finally, I'll leave you with a few additional resources. First is Intervention by Dan John. Second is my book, which I co-authored with Kellyanne Petrucci, Paleo Workouts for Dummies. I also have a guide of 101 free kettlebell workouts, which you can get at the website www.101kettlebellworkouts.com. Finally, head to my YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/SUPMUHHUMBRUH to see all these exercises in action. To be a generalist in fitness is to be fit at many things, not just one. So we can say people are fitness generalists to the extent they can do many tasks well, even if they can't do any one task best. Everyone got that? Please put that down in your notes. This is the first principle, you see. GPP is greater than SPP. In other words, skill stacking is greater than specialization. Listen up, because this next part is important. Since I just made the case for why we're going to focus on being generalists and not specialists, now I have to tell you how we're going to go about it. And this part is going to sound a little ironic at first, but I promise it'll make sense once we get into a couple of examples. The reason it's going to sound ironic is this. A generalist is really just a short-term specialist. I understand that I just spent the past 15 minutes arguing against specialization. But what I was really arguing against was not the use of specialization, but being a specialist. And there is a great deal of difference between the two. The use of specialization is just focusing on something to get better at it, whereas being a specialist is a commitment to becoming the best at something because you think that's where you're going to find success or happiness. A specialist is someone who uses long-term specialization then, but a generalist is someone who uses short-term specialization. Here, sit up straight and let me explain. The generalist, and this doesn't matter whether it's in fitness or anything else, doesn't get good at almost everything by trying to do everything at once. That would be a fool's assumption. Such an approach would only dilute effectiveness and cause a person to go mostly nowhere. Instead, generalists must learn to surge and maintain. They must learn to push in one area while not letting everything else fall completely to shreds. This is your second principle. A good generalist is just a short-term specialist. Mark it down. For example, if you want to get better at lifting weights, then you should spend a period doing precisely that, and we should make weightlifting the initial focus of our programming. That doesn't mean we can't still run or stretch or practice handstands. It only means we've established a priority. It means that if we are ever caught in a situation where we only have 15 minutes to work out, we should spend most of that 15 minutes squatting or deadlifting or whatever. Every skill is obtained by practicing that skill specifically. So we use short-term specialization to bring up whatever skill set we need as efficiently as possible. And once we've attained a sufficiency at that skill, we can then toss it in maintenance mode and put our attention on a new skill. So maybe we go from lifting weights 4 times a week to lifting weights 2 times a week and focus more on running or gymnastics or what have you. These are just examples to get the principle across. Don't worry about the details yet. Simply know for now that we must devote a lot of attention and energy to whatever we want to get better at, but at the same time, we should allocate enough attention and energy to prevent everything else from deteriorating. The principle of short-term specialization also relies on the fact that no skill is quite as difficult to preserve as it is to learn in the first place. Here's what I mean. It takes a lot more effort to get your deadlift to double your body weight than it does to keep it there. It also takes a lot more effort to learn a handstand than it does to maintain a handstand. Some skills are surely more slippery than others in the sense that they fall off sooner than you'd like, but no skill takes quite so much effort to maintain as it does to gain. Think, for example, of riding a bike. It takes a while to learn, but hardly any effort to remain fairly decent at it. This is why we put more attention and energy into building a skill than into holding on to it. That's how this whole thing works. But at the same time, we can't expect a skill to maintain itself. We still need to allot some amount of practice time to it, even if that amount of time isn't as much as it was before. If we're looking at our curriculum, then maybe we'll spend a unit on strength, and a unit on conditioning, and a unit on flexibility, and a unit on something else. And while each of those units will have a clear specialization, we'll still keep up with everything we've practiced so far. We'll still lift in the conditioning unit, and we'll still stretch in the strength unit, even if that isn't where we spend most of our time. Our greatest focus will be on whatever the theme of the unit is. Does that make sense? And have you put it in your notes? Because this is a very important principle. You cannot be a good generalist without knowing what short-term specialization is and how to rotate periods of emphasis on each particular skill set. Essentially, what I'm saying is that if you took a snapshot of a generalist training program, you might assume that person is a specialist. But when you zoom out and look at how the plan switches emphasis over time, you'll start to see what we're really after, becoming capable of and ready for almost everything. This brings us to our next principle, the rule of 80%, which states that if 100% is best in the world at something, then you should never go beyond 80% good at anything. This might sound even more peculiar than the last principle, but again, it will make a lot of sense if you can just sit still and let me explain it to you. I appreciate your patience, I really do. You're such good children, and handsome. Imagine our goal is to become better than most people at most things, which, as generalists, it is. Then when, I must ask, do you think you will ever need to be more than 80% good at something? The answer is never. You will never need to be more than 80% good at one skill unless your goal is to become a specialist, which would obviously defeat the entire purpose of this conversation. So that's reason number one. Reason number two is that 80% good at something is already so far beyond masterful that it's hard to imagine any situation where getting better at that something will contribute significantly to any goal that isn't lifelong specialization. For example, say you want to be generally physically fit, and you can bench press close to 500 pounds, which is in at least the 80th percentile of powerlifting. But you're 50 pounds overweight. Adding more weight to your bench press is not going to help you achieve the goal of becoming more generally fit. At this point, I think nutrition is your problem. I think it's time to learn another skill. The rule of 80% is really set up as a sort of shock-proof BS detector in the sense that it's supposed to help us figure out what our problem isn't. Because the closer you get to that 80% mark, the more you can be sure that particular skill isn't your problem. Another example is if you can run 50 miles but can't lift your own body weight up to a pull-up bar. At this point, it doesn't seem like cardio is your problem. Lack of strength is your problem. Finally, I want you to know that 80% is the cutoff, not the goal, since most of us will never need to get anywhere near that proficient at something to get what we want or need out of it. Most people don't need to get to 80% of the world's heaviest deadlift to achieve what they need out of deadlifting. They probably need to only get to 20 to 40%. All the rule of 80% states is that we should never go beyond 80% good at something, because as soon as we do, we're no longer generalists. Did everybody get that? Great. Because now we can talk about our next principle, which is integration over isolation. This is perhaps the most complicated principle, but also the one most worth understanding because so many people get so confused about skill development when it really doesn't need to be complicated at all. All integration over isolation says is that you should practice whatever skills you want to improve in the context of whatever goal you want to achieve. Take an exercise like the pull-up, for example. This is a skill that can be used to achieve a variety of goals. You can use the pull-up to build strength, muscle, or endurance. But how you practice that technique will determine the effect. For example, if I want to use pull-ups to develop strength, then I should keep my reps low and the weight high by adding a belt with some plates attached. If I want to use pull-ups to build muscle, then I should do a few more reps with a little less weight. Finally, if I want to use pull-ups to increase endurance, I should do as many reps as I can. Now, I get that some of you think this example is absurd because you can't imagine even doing one pull-up at this point. But let's imagine pull-ups aren't some insanely difficult thing, which they shouldn't be and won't be once I'm through with you. The point of integration over isolation is that to the extent that it is practical, we should practice every skill and technique within the context of generating an outcome. If we're on a strength program, then we should practice only the exercises we need to build the most amount of strength, and we should practice those exercises according to the sets and reps that will make us strong. There is no use in learning exercises at this point that don't directly attribute to our goal, even if those exercises seem interesting. For example, in this case, there's no reason we should be spending time learning how to breaststroke. The breaststroke is a fine exercise and useful for endurance, because swimming is useful for endurance, but we shouldn't spend most of our time during a strength phase in a swimming pool, geriatric workouts excluded. This would be like learning to draw cartoons when you want to create realistic oil paintings of landscapes. Integration over isolation forces us to start with the end in mind and devise a plan based on what we want to achieve. Mostly it helps us focus specifically on the skills we need to practice to produce a particular outcome. For example, if we want to get better at running, then we should put together a plan that teaches stride mechanics and features protocols to increase aerobic capacity. And preferably, we should be able to practice stride mechanics within the context of those aerobic protocols. In other words, we practice the technique of running within the running program itself. What I'm talking about is being as efficient as possible and focusing our attention and effort as specifically as possible on exactly the things we need to improve and not wasting any time on extraneous or irrelevant activity. What is extraneous or irrelevant activity? Simply anything that isn't directly related to the goal. Bench press is extraneous or irrelevant if the goal is to become a better runner, but it's not extraneous or irrelevant if the goal is to build a bigger chest or upper body strength. This principle requires context, and just about any skill or technique can be validated by it so long as you're clear on what you want to achieve and what's needed to achieve it. A running program probably shouldn't focus overmuch on bench pressing, though we should, according to our third principle, bench press every now and then just to maintain what we've already earned. And probably a strength program shouldn't focus overmuch on running, though we should, again, according to our third principle, run every now and then to maintain that particular skill. Over time, we switch back and forth to develop each of these areas independently. This brings us to our final principle, repetition and resistance. We can't expect to get better at something without doing that something and finding ways to make it harder as we go. In other words, if we want to get stronger, we need to do an exercise and then add weight. Keep in mind, adding weight is increasing resistance. It isn't enough to just do any old exercise however we feel like doing it. We must do the exercise we want to get better at, and we must find a way to challenge ourselves with it. Let's take the example of push-ups, since I think that's something everybody should be able to do. And if you can't, then here's your opportunity to learn. The first thing you need to understand is that you're never going to get better at push-ups unless you actually practice them, repetition. And you're never going to get past a certain point with push-ups unless you find ways to make them challenging, resistance. Maybe that means doing more push-ups in a set, density, or more push-ups throughout the day, volume, or adding weight to, or changing the angle of your push-ups, intensity, or just doing them more often, frequency. All these variables are ways of increasing resistance, and all of them work, though some may work better for certain exercises than others. But also remember that how we challenge ourselves with push-ups should depend on the principle that we covered before this one, integration over isolation. So, for example, if we want to use push-ups to develop strength, we should focus more on adding intensity, increasing weight, or altering the leverage, whereas if we want to use the push-up to develop endurance, we should focus more on adding density, increasing the number of reps we do per set. Again, some context is needed, but for now we aren't trying to get that specific. I just want you to understand the principles and their universality. Yes, Universality, because so far I've only spoken about how these principles apply to skills found within fitness. But perhaps it would now be appropriate to take off my gym shorts and provide a few analogies of how they might apply to other disciplines. Except I won't actually take off my shorts, because you either go commando or you don't. And look, I've made my decision. At some point, you're going to have to make yours. Let's imagine we get better at writing, and we're looking at these 5 principles. First, we need to determine what kind of writing we want to get better at. Do we want to become better humor writers or fantasy novelists or what? Let's say we want to become better humor writers, short-term specialization. I think that's a fine place to start and a useful skill, especially if you ever want to start a blog or write a book, since it's a good thing to be able to make people laugh. Then we've got to think about the skills we need to get a chuckle out of someone. The first, it seems, would be the power of observation, since all humor is essentially just telling people the truth in a more efficient way than what they're used to. For example, I saw a chuckle-worthy definition the other day that read, charity, verb, to make an ingrate. I thought that was pretty funny, because it's something to which everybody can relate. You probably remember a time when you opened your house to people and fed them dinner and let them shower, and did they ever say thanks? No. All they did was leave dishes in the sink and hair in the drain. Then obviously you felt like asking them to leave, but you thought about what Jesus said on the mountain about people you can't stand, though since you aren't a Bible scholar, you can't remember what it was, only you're pretty sure it had something to do with being nice. So it seems to me that being funny comes down to surprising people with something they already think is the case. At least that's part of it. So maybe you start developing your humor by paying better attention to what's going on and taking notes of things that seem ironic. That's repetition and resistance. And say you're in the fitness field like I am, so maybe you pay particular attention to whatever ironies you see in the gym, integration over isolation, which, God knows, offers no small amount of material. Now, I don't want to get too far into this just yet. I only want to point out how these principles apply no matter what skill you want to get better at. And obviously humor is an example of a skill that can attach to basically anything, so it fits in perfectly with the idea of a skill stack. Here's how I'd like to wrap this section up. Memorize these 5 principles and start to think of ways they might apply to something you want to get better at. Or use these 5 principles to assess why you didn't improve at something as quickly as you would have liked. That's what's helpful about the way we're doing things. You can apply the principles of generalism to get better quickly, and you can employ them to figure out where or why you're stuck on something you've already started. In the next couple of sections, I'll begin to outline what I believe are a series of essential skills, because if we're going to acquire a skill stack, we need a foundation on which to construct it. And that foundation should be composed of skills that are useful and awesome for everybody. So go use the bathroom if you need, but hurry back. The fun is just about to begin. Chapter 4: How to Practice Better and Improve Faster. Now that I've explained the principles of generalism, I'll tell you how I came to learn about each of them through a specific skill or teacher. I want you to know before we begin, however, that these principles are universal and not attached to any particular skill, even if I happen to learn them through playing guitar, growing eggplants, or what have you. There were also times when I already knew the principles, but they hadn't yet gelled completely in my consciousness. They were merely a blood pudding of amalgamated ideas that needed more time to congeal. I suspect this might also be the case for you. A lot of these principles are pretty much common sense, and sometimes people just need to structure them up or flesh them out or allow them to marinate. My hope with the sections that follow is to do exactly that, by giving you a fuller representation of each of these 5 principles and some context on how they apply, or at least how they applied for me. Later, we'll get specific on how and what to practice in accordance with these principles for assembling a skill stack. Please understand that these 5 principles are the orienting and philosophic foundation of generalism, and without them, any tactics we'll examine later may still be limitedly useful, but might also send you in the wrong direction, chasing pointless things. Principles are what guide us, so don't skip ahead. Be patient and thorough in examining these following few pages. The lessons are neither long nor lugubrious, but they are important. Principle 1. Skill stacking is greater than specialization. I learned about skill stacking from my high school guitar instructor, who made me very unhappy at first because all I wanted was to learn shredder-style guitar solos. But every time I proposed doing so, he'd say we should take the time to learn other kinds of music too. He'd say he could tell I was very eager to play shredding solos, but that alone wasn't going to make me a better musician. Essentially, he taught me that since I was already good at that type of solo, getting better at that wasn't going to take me where I wanted to go. And he'd explain how he's kept himself in business as a guitarist by filling whatever roles people needed either in a studio or a band. That isn't something a specialist, particularly a shredder-style guitar soloist, is able to do. And then to prove the point, he'd show how he could play rock music and jazz and country, and how he could sing, and how he could riff on the piano and the bass and the drums all hootin' and hollerin' like. And so I came to decide that maybe this guy was onto something. But that was hardly the half of it, because then he'd show me how adept he was at producing and marketing as well, since he had 13 albums out, and not one of them was a total flop by any conventional standards of self-publication, meaning they sold more than 13 copies. So you'd think at this point I'd have been receptive to what he had to say, but don't worry, I definitely wasn't. I was still stuck on being a specialist, the greatest shredder-style guitar soloist in a time when nobody listened to that technique. But he kept trying to get me to understand and take his advice to heart. He'd explained that it was because he was not the best at any one thing, that he always had a paying gig, and had always been able to make money on his own and support his family. He also explained how getting good at many different things gave him many different streams of income, including playing in a band, playing in recording sessions, selling his own music, and, of course, giving guitar lessons to friendly people like me. This is how he was making $500,000 or so a year as a guitarist without being famous or the best in the world, without even having a college degree. When he told me that, I was like, wow, this guy makes more money than my dad. And I kid you not, he actually said, I bet that's more money than your dad makes. It struck me. You know, that's kind of a weird thing to say, but technically I think you're correct. Now, here was a guy who made good money, and he was doing something I admired. He was playing the guitar, and he was awesome at it. Sure, he wasn't famous like Angus Young of AC/DC, but he was really good, and he was beholden to no one. He made his own music and his own schedule. He was doing what he loved and thriving while doing it. The secret to all of it? Skill stacking. Not only did he play a number of diverse styles and instruments, but he took the time to learn all the necessary business-related skills such as producing and marketing and sales. He was the first to admit he wasn't the best at any of it, but he didn't need to be. Just as any true generalist knows, right friends, you only have to be just good enough at the various necessary skills and then stack them together in a unique and useful way. My guitar instructor did exactly that. And that's why people chose him when they needed someone on their recordings, since most bands don't need a musician who's the best at just one thing. They need somebody who can play rock one day and jazz the next, and maybe even sell some paraphernalia. What I learned from my guitar instructor is that skill stacking applies at the bottom level and the top, within a specific skill and to the whole lasagna of life itself. For instance, he could also get the word out about his skills and what he could offer, and he could cut albums that didn't sound half bad. That were quite catchy, in fact. I never appreciated that until I became older, but looking back, now I can see this was all very deliberate and effective and good. He was a stark contrast to a lot of my previous guitar teachers. Yes, some were more skilled guitar soloists or had better dexterity, but they were not as musically versatile. Few knew much about marketing or producing or sales, so maybe that's why some of them were still living in a studio above the music shop with their girlfriends subsidizing the rent. They didn't have the skills to stack, so they were hoping they could become a good enough specialist to be signed by a record label. I think that last point is among the most significant differences between generalists and specialists. Specialists try to be the best at something so they can get enough attention from somebody to scoop them up and offer them a contract of some kind. They end up being dependent on somebody else. Generalists, however, acquire whatever skills they need so they can be successful entirely on their own. That, my little rabbit, is the secret to sweet, sweet freedom. I learned this principle as a young guitarist, but it didn't fully apply until I was a business owner. That's when it finally became obvious. When it comes to business, I'm not the best at any one facet of it. I'm not the best at writing or sales, and I'm not the best at training employees, but I'm good to great at all of it, which is why I've been able to make money doing what I like, really doing what I love. It's only because I've been able to stack skills that I've gotten ahead of those who are clearly more capable than I am at a particular specialty. So what if someone can do more pull-ups than I can? Because I can still do a lot of pull-ups. But you want to know something? I can also launch a successful ad campaign, which that person probably has no idea about. And maybe someone can launch a better advertising campaign than I can, but I'm guessing I'm in better physical shape. See how that works? As a generalist, you always win, so long as you know what to compete in. Here's the short of it. Skill stacking lays a foundation for success that gives you a chance at a thriving, meaningful, productive, and independent existence. Something like a Wakaya alpaca, standing ever so strong and free atop the Andes Mountains. And fluffy, let us not forget. Now, how you go about stacking those skills is something we'll get into later. But first, let's spend some time on the next principle, which applies more specifically to skill development: short-term specialization. Principle 2, short-term specialization. I finally decided I needed to get a handle on things when my anxiety became enormously high. I felt it was time to start meditating. I hired an online coach, some Zen guy, and the first thing he asked was how often I was practicing meditation. I told him not very often, just a little bit here and there. He asked me how many minutes a day that was, and I said sometimes 5 minutes and sometimes 0 minutes because I've got a lot of other things to do. He then asked how much time I put into things that really mean a lot to me, like exercise and guitar. And I said typically I practice those every day. At that point, though, I could see what he was trying to do, so I got ahead of him and said, "You know, Coach, I think I know what I need. You know what I need, Coach? I need to start practicing meditation like I practice the guitar. Now, what do you think of that, Coach?" He said that sounded infinitely wise and wondered how I ever came to such an enlightened conclusion. He told me that meditation, like any skill, must be owned with focus and intensity. He said that it would not do to just meditate whenever the convenience presented itself, just as it would not do to exercise or play the guitar in such a haphazard way and expect to get better at those. That is no way to make progress. What you need to make progress, he continued, is consistency. He asked how much I wanted to get rid of my anxiety, and I said I wanted to get rid of it more than anything. He said that sounded significant, but asked, "Do you hate it more than anything? Even more, say, than those little tiny hairs that fall down the back of your neck when you're getting a haircut?" I thought about it and concluded they're about equal. That's how he knew I was seriously afflicted. He asked why I was prioritizing so many activities other than getting rid of anxiety. If anxiety was my biggest concern, he wondered, why was I so focused on things that had no relevance to that? I told him that I didn't know why, and he speculated that perhaps I was afraid of something. And he was right. I was afraid of what I might be giving up by getting rid of my anxiety. I admitted I was scared that if I started to specialize on something like meditation, I would lose progress elsewhere and not be as good at those other skills anymore. He understood. I told him this in itself gave me anxiety. He seemed almost irritated at that, and he advised me that all progress itself is a matter of managing compromise, and I shouldn't hold such a childish view of things. If I want to fix one problem, I have to be willing to make a little less progress on another, at least for the time being. He noted that if I'm working especially hard on getting rid of my anxiety, then I shouldn't be concerned with setting all-time personal records in weightlifting or perfecting my songwriting. I should just focus on getting good at meditating. I shouldn't let other areas of my life fall apart, but I need to be willing to let progress slide occasionally and become okay with the notion of opportunity cost, sacrificing some gains in one area for focus on another. I understood what he was saying, but I didn't like it. He said it didn't matter what I liked. This is how we improve, and I didn't have to specialize in meditation forever. I only needed to dedicate a long enough period of time to make progress and establish a routine, and then I could back off a bit. He explained that meditation is just like exercise in the sense that I must devote more effort and energy up front to overcome my inertia, but once I've built that momentum, it becomes fairly easy to maintain. I didn't know it at the time, but this man was explaining the principle of short-term specialization to me. The fear I had is the same fear I think all of us have. We make progress in one area, but then we're afraid to switch focus because we don't want that progress to taper off. We're afraid that if we focus on adding muscle after losing weight, we won't be as lean as we were before, so we keep ourselves in a cycle of dieting. Sure, we stay lean, but that comes at a cost. We never really grow or improve in anything else. However, if we would have just been okay with shifting focus for a while, we could have added strength and muscle, and so what if we gain a little weight in the process? We could always focus on leaning out again later, and when we do, we'll look even better than before since we'll have a lot more definition in our muscles. It's that little sacrifice in the short term that allows for considerable progress in the long term. That's short-term specialization. So yeah, while I was meditating, I made a lot of progress reducing my anxiety, but not as much at everything else. But I still maintained everything else, and I even improved upon some skills. Just because you switch emphasis doesn't mean you have to let other skills fade away. It's not actually all that hard to get good at meditating while doing other things, like staying physically active, for example. There's enough time to short-term specialize in each. But it is hard to start a successful business while training for a bikini competition and recording a guitar album, for instance. These types of goals are better done one at a time, I would think. The point is that you have to be okay with letting some areas develop more slowly as you surge in the area you most want to improve. You have to be okay if progress in some areas slips off a bit as you're doing this. This all sounds fine in theory, but in practice it comes with a lot of hang-ups. Because once we get good at something, we can hardly stand to see it recede, even if only an inch. You're going to have to get over that, like I did. At some point, these sacrifices have to be made, so they might as well be made intentionally. And remember, you're not letting progress slide forever. When you come back to something later, you'll probably make more progress than ever, since you've given yourself the time to improve in other areas that might very well support the previous thing. For example, say you got strong at deadlifting, but then you decide to lose some weight, so you go on a diet. Well, chances are, while you're leaning out, your deadlift isn't going to be as strong as it was, even though you should still train the deadlift. Just accept that your deadlift will fall off a little because the sacrifice you're making with that skill is more than offset by the progress you're making in body composition. Once you've reached your desired level of slimness, you can focus on deadlifting again, and the next thing you know, you'll be stronger than ever at it, this time without being 30 pounds overweight. That's the power of short-term specialization. Back to my meditation example. After my coach said I was being silly about this, he told me to start meditating first thing in the morning and to put my best effort into it. He said to also challenge myself with one anxiety-producing activity a day and use mindfulness to see my way through it. See principle number 4, integration over isolation. I followed his advice, and because I was willing to specialize for a little while, I began to see a fantastic improvement in my quality of life. I became way less anxious and started to sleep better and was a lot nicer to people because of that. Obviously, this carried over and improved my performance elsewhere, since less stress meant more attention, more focus. In a roundabout way, it was specializing in meditation that made me better at a lot of other things, including working out, because of the carryover benefits, just like the carryover benefits you get from exercise. Not all skills work this way, but a lot of them do. It's nice when it happens. Speaking of fitness, this may be an appropriate segue into our next principle, the rule of 80%, which is perfectly illustrated by the gym. Principle 3, the rule of 80%. The rule of 80% was taught to me in the weight room, since my original fitness coach was also my Taekwondo instructor, who knew very well there was little point in trying to be the best in the world at exercising. Everything we did had to make me better at what I was trying to be good at, which was kicking and punching things. And to do this, he wanted me to improve as many areas of my fitness as possible without going too far in any one direction. This would lead me to being well-rounded, which also means I would be better at Taekwondo. We spent a lot of time strength training, but we also ran and stretched muscles. He was making me a generalist in fitness even if I had never thought of it that way. And the one thing I most expressly remember about training with him was that good enough was good enough. He never pushed me to have the world's heaviest front squat. He wanted me to have only a heavy enough front squat to get what I needed from the exercise. In this case, it was a stronger anterior chain, which meant more powerful kicks, and then leave it at that. If an exercise wasn't making me better at everything else, we stopped focusing so much on it and moved on. Well, fast forward a little more than a decade, and here we are with the rule of 80%, which, as mentioned, states that a generalist should go up to, but never beyond, 80% good at anything. This principle was again reinforced by my business partner, Sam Sikdar. Sam holds a major in electrical engineering from the University of Pennsylvania and makes his living owning martial arts studios. He's a proficient generalist, and he's also good with graphs and numbers. The reason I mention that is because Sam once said that the closer you get to 80% good at something, the more the rate of return diminishes, until it's not worth putting any more effort in, unless you're trying to be the best in the world at that particular thing. He calls this point the asymptotic trade-off. So if you've ever seen a chart where the slope suddenly rounds off and starts decreasing at an increasing rate, you have some idea of what Sam's talking about. It's a sort of flattening out point as far as progress goes. As I explained in the previous chapter, if you're already 80% good at something and not reaching your goals, that something isn't your problem. For example, imagine being 80% good at bench pressing. Well, I just looked up the world record drug-free bench press, which the internet tells me is 713 pounds. So, if 713 pounds is 100%, then 80% good at bench pressing is 570 pounds for men. That is way more than any person needs to get the benefits from bench pressing. Believe that. I repeat, there is no reason a generalist needs to be more than 80% good at anything. There is no reason a generalist needs to be more than 80% good at anything. There is no reason a generalist needs to be more than 80% good at anything. Now, I know I've repeated 80% a bunch of times, but I don't want you to think of this principle as something you need to measure with exact percentage points. It's more of a perspective than anything. The bottom line is that you should just enter training for any skill with the idea that good enough is good enough, and that the closer you get to 80% at that skill, the less likely it is that that skill is contributing to your overall goal. For example, let's say your goal is to increase general physical preparedness. Well then, don't spend most of your time trying to take your bench press from 320 pounds to 350 pounds and miss out on everything else. Let your bench press stay at 320 pounds and go work on handstands or sprints or whatever. This is not to say you can't still make improvements to your bench press, but once you've gotten what you need out of the exercise, the focus should be shifted. I'm saying that the rule of 80% is used to inform short-term specialization. In other words, once you've reached the point of good enough, it's time to switch it up. But how do you know when good enough is good enough? Well, that depends on the goal and what you expect to get out of whatever you're working on. But the general idea is that you'll need more of the fundamentals and less of the things that aren't. For strength, you'll need more of the big lifts like squats and deadlifts and fewer of the isolation exercises. And for business, you'll need to know more about sales and less about web design. Isolation exercises can support the big lifts, but not replace them. Just like a good-looking website can support an effective sales process, but is by no means a sufficient substitute. This is where the rule of 80% meets another concept, one that is far more famous but shouldn't be confused with the principle we're talking about, though they can certainly go together, the 80-20 rule. And what the 80-20 rule says is that 80% of your results will come from 20% of your efforts. Most of the time, anyway. So in strength, 80% of your progress will come from 20% of your exercise selection. And in business, 80% of your profits will come from 20% of your sales efforts, and so on and so forth. The reason for knowing the 80-20 rule is not to get rid of the stuff that is less productive, but to allocate your time and effort toward the stuff that is, to be more efficient. Say, for example, you know that deadlifting is one of those vital few exercises that offers significant return on investment. Little hint, it is. Well, that should tell you it's more worthwhile to develop the deadlift to a higher percent than another exercise that isn't as useful, such as, for example, the hamstring curl. What I'm saying is good enough at the deadlift will be closer to 80% than good enough at the hamstring curl, because the deadlift is more useful for building strength than the hamstring curl. Let's move on. These numbers are getting to be a bit much, and we still have 2 more principles to go. Next, we're going to see how we can better practice our chosen skills through integration. Principle 4, integration over isolation. As anybody who's started a business knows, there are a million things you don't know about starting a business, which can give you a lot to worry about. And not because you didn't just drop out of college to make all your dreams come true by starting a blog about how you got started exercising again. No human could ever be that imprudent. Starting a business is overwhelming, so it's hard, like really, really hard, to decide what the right efforts are. My business coach was always direct about this and said that when it came to business, there were a few things I needed to be great at and a lot of things I needed to be at least okay at. He said the things I needed to be great at were attracting attention and making sales, and after that I should perhaps know a little something about management and taxes and whatnot. But he made it clear that if the goal was to make money, there were a lot of things I could focus on, but only a few things that I should focus on. He said the essential skills of any business owner come down to getting attention making sales, and retaining customers. He said any skill that doesn't contribute to any of those can be initially ignored. This reminded me of when I was a younger Taekwondo student. Sam told me that while there are 1,001 kicks, you need to know only about 5 to 10 to be a competitor. Roundhouse, back kick, front kick, and so on. There is no need, he said, to put too much effort into flying side kicks or tornado rounds because you'll hardly ever use them, at least not in sparring anyway. Well, it's no different with music because my guitar instructor said pretty much the same thing. Don't worry so much about studying all those obscure jazz chords or exotic Indian scales because most of the stuff you'll be asked to play will involve a lot of the same few things in various forms. Think of the Rolling Stones. Think of all the blues-based rock bands. Get the basics down. Stick to the fundamentals. The principle of integration over isolation starts with the end in mind. What is the goal, and how are you going to get there? Not coincidentally, integration over isolation is a little bit like the 80-20 rule we just discussed because this principle is supposed to help us focus on what's important. We need to narrow things down so we know what to practice and how. Integration over isolation says practice only the things that produce an effect necessary for the achievement of a goal and ignore whatever doesn't. The principle also states that we should practice the skill as best as possible within the context of the goal we want to achieve, meaning that if we want to play a particular song and we need to learn a G chord to do that, then we should practice that G chord in the context of the song we want to learn. That is, in relation to the other chords in the song, at the appropriate tempo, and so on. Only, we may not be able to do that at first because the song may have a fast tempo, and we may not be familiar with any of those other chords. So we might have to pull the G chord out of context and practice it by itself a while, which would indeed be isolation. Integration over isolation doesn't mean a practice should never isolate an element. It only means a practice should isolate only the specific techniques or skills you need that will later become integrated toward the achievement of the goal. In fact, we often will have to isolate because the skill or technique is new to us, and putting it into context right away just won't be feasible. So we have to extract that skill or technique and practice it on its own, and maybe we have to practice it very slowly or in stages at first. We strum the G chord, or maybe even just the first 2 notes of a G chord. Or we drill roundhouse kicks on a heavy bag, or maybe before that we work on balancing on one leg. But as soon as we can put that G chord into the context of the song or practice, that roundhouse kick in a sparring match, we should do that. So even if we aren't able to integrate right away, our goal is to integrate as soon as possible and to practice only the skills that we will integrate. There are a potentially infinite number of ways to isolate. In the above example, you could strum a G chord using 3 strings on the guitar. And just to be clear on our terms, to integrate means to perform something within the context that it is intended to be in, and to isolate means to extract something and practice it on its own so you can get it up to speed. Isolation is a tool for learning a skill or technique by itself, but the problem is that a person can get caught in a pattern of isolation and begin learning skills or techniques for the sake of learning them without actually producing anything with them or using them for any sort of greater project. An example would be practicing every conceivable Taekwondo kick rather than learning only the few you need to win sparring matches, or strumming every conceivable guitar chord instead of practicing only the few you need to play your grandma's favorite Elvis song. Generalism isn't about learning every skill or technique in the world just because. It's about being better at just the right number of things and then combining those things to form a competitive and creative advantage. So that means figuring out the fundamental skills and then the fundamental practices within them. Writing is a fundamental skill, but you don't need to learn every word in the dictionary to be good at it. In fact, you probably already know all the words you need to be an effective wordsmith. You just need to arrange them more clearly, which is a matter of integration, not isolation. Though maybe you don't know enough words, so you do need to spend some time with a dictionary or thesaurus. But even if that's the case, you shouldn't spend any more time with that book than you need to get the job done. Simply as you begin writing and come to discover you can't think of the word you want, you should then open the reference to find it. In other words, the practice of isolation is informed by the practice of integration. When you need a word, find it, but don't spend all your time finding words you don't need. Integration tells you what to isolate. Because if you're integrating, that is, practicing something within the context of an outcome, and realize you're coming up short on a particular skill or technique, then you'll know what skill or technique to isolate. Again, using the example of an AC/DC song. If you're strumming along to Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap, and realize you're struggling because you don't know how to play a chord on the and of one, that tells you it's time to isolate playing chords on the and of one, until you've got the rhythm so perfected that you can play the chord in context without even thinking about it. But you wouldn't sit around isolating every possible rhythmic configuration on the guitar. That would be wasteful. Instead, you let the integration tell you what to practice in isolation, and then you practice in isolation for as long as you need until you can achieve integration. Make sense? Yes? No? Some grunt of acknowledgement would be nice. How we isolate and how we integrate will themselves be informed by the next and last principle of generalism: repetition and resistance. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The principles have flowed in this order because I have decided that's the order in which they should flow, which makes perfect sense, of course. It's a sort of top-down hierarchy, if you will, where we start by understanding what our goal is, skill stacking over specialization, how to achieve it generally, short-term specialization, how much to achieve of it, the rule of 80%, and then how to proceed specifically, integration over isolation, and finally, repetition and resistance. Principle 5, repetition and resistance. When I began working out, people couldn't believe it because of all my friends, I was always the most out of shape. I was never good at sports, and I was clumsy and hefty, so none of my so-called chums took me seriously when I started going to the weight room. In fact, nobody did. But as time went by, I began losing weight and building strength, and after not too long, all the people who initially doubted were soon asking for advice. And what I would say is this: you need to understand repetition and resistance. That's our starting point. If you want to get stronger, if you want to build skill, because remember, this principle extends far beyond the weight room, you need to practice what you want to get good at, and you need to find ways of making it harder as you go. So when it comes to working out, you need to do the exercises that are challenging, and you need to make them more challenging because eventually you'll adapt. In other words, you need to do reps and add weight. Part of the reason people don't progress, in the gym or otherwise, is that they're doing reps but not adding weight. They're in a routine, but they're not making their routine challenging. They're not using progressive resistance, in other words. They're just keeping things the same. They keep military pressing the same weight, or keep doing the same number of push-ups, or keep running the same number of miles. Well, it's similar with any other skill. Repetition will only get you so far. If you want to get stronger, then you need to add weight to what you're doing. I think a lot of people understand that to improve at a skill, you have to practice it. But I don't think a lot of people understand that to really improve, you have to find ways to practice that skill under increasingly difficult demands. It's not enough to merely write. You also have to try writing at a higher level or in different styles. It's not enough to merely pluck notes on the guitar. You also have to pluck notes at different tempos and time signatures. It's not enough to merely practice what you're already good at. You have to practice the things that strain your capabilities, the things that you're not already good at. Here's the litmus test. If you ever have a practice session in anything and you're not challenged by it, then you're not using the principle of repetition and resistance. You're not really practicing, at least not in an optimal way. So you can ignore all the terrific nonsense one is so accustomed to hearing about only perfect practice being effective, because whoever said that never did a workout with any significant weight. When you're struggling, your practice is never going to be perfect, but it is going to improve. At the same time, your goal should always be to improve the quality of your repetitions, even as you are met with difficulty, to keep your knees out as you squat more weight, to keep your notes clear as you build speed. In other words, to not allow intensity to produce slop. There will, of course, be some competition between consistency on the one hand and intensity on the other. It is obviously easier to maintain the high quality of your reps if you always keep your reps the same, but that would be defeating the purpose. At the same time, however, you should never give yourself permission to slack on quality just because the assignment is difficult. If you want to make progress in the gym, you need to employ progressive overload, that is, increasing resistance. In fact, if you want to make progress at anything, you need to employ increasing resistance as well. But how you apply increasing resistance will depend on the skill and how far along you are with it. We'll talk specifics later, but for now, there are some general factors that can help you gauge what is appropriate and what isn't. To start, I would suggest memorizing the following motto: challenged but successful. Training to failure is often training to fail. That is, purposely pushing past your known limits rather than working intelligently up to them is a mistake. Thus, the secret to successful practicing, if there is one, is to push yourself up to, but not necessarily beyond, your capabilities. If quality has become degraded in an exercise because of the intensity at which you're doing it, then you are no longer getting better at the exercise. You're serving slop. And the goal of an exercise is not to serve slop. The goal is to get better at the exercise. Squats, chord sequences, writing sentences, whatever it is. Occasionally you may exceed your limits. That's called strategic overreach. And that's not always a bad thing, but it can be a bad thing if that's all you're doing. Challenged but successful. Challenged but successful. Challenged but successful. But let's not forget about repetition either, which resistance is destined to rely on. You can't add weight to something you're not doing, or something you're not already familiar with. And that's the point of repetition. You need to practice specifically whatever it is you want to get better at. Do reps at the things you want to improve. Do reps at the thing you want to improve. Do reps at the thing you want to improve. Don't expect to get better at pull-ups by running. Aside from indirect carryover, that is. For example, running may help a person lose weight, which in turn would make pull-ups easier, but running itself does not develop the strength for pull-ups. That may sound ludicrous. Who would ever think to do something so silly as that? But we make this mistake all the time. We avoid doing the things we're not good at and continue to practice our strengths, hoping that one day our areas of weakness will somehow take care of themselves. But this simply confuses solving a problem with ignoring it. The rule of repetition takes that option away. If you want to get good at something, you have to practice it. Alright, let's wrap this chapter up. I think we've laid the necessary groundwork to launch into the specifics of this fantabulous little enterprise. Generalism. The principles are there, and they're what we're going to be basing our practice upon. What comes next is more difficult, not in a theoretical sense, but in a practical sense, because the onus will soon be put entirely on you. I hope I've been exceptionally clear about this. Just reading this book won't actually make you better at things. Did anybody think that coming in? Oh God, I certainly hope not. Because if so, boy, are you going to be disappointed when you see just how much I'm about to ask you to do. The good news? The work will be efficient. We'll adhere to these principles, so our efforts will be swift and scientific. No time will be wasted, and no energy will be dispersed simply because we feel like experimenting with things. There are no experiments here, just a process. And it is to that process that we now turn. Chapter 5. Where to begin? Metaskills. In my house, up in the attic, there's a picture of me from around the 3rd grade. I don't remember having this picture taken, probably because I never wanted it taken, and I don't recall how it got into my house since it's a school portrait that probably my mom should have, hanging above the staircase next to my sister Bridget's. But somehow it found its way onto my desk, and I haven't been able to put it away because for some reason when I look at it, I can't help but feel a certain way about it. Why is that? Is it because I knew this kid would have a somewhat shaky start in life? Not exactly. This isn't about feeling bad for myself. This is about wanting to elevate myself, so if I ever could go back in time, I'd be able to assure this little version of me that everything would turn out more or less okay. Now, a lot of people, some much more successful than me, hang portraits of their heroes on the wall, so it might seem a little perverse, some might even say a little narcissistic, for me to find motivation in staring at a picture of myself. But I look at it only because it serves a purpose. This photo of me in an ugly brown and white sweater vest, smiling a stretched and dimpled smile, full of naivete and annoyance, serves as a self-reminder to work hard and become the sort of person whom this young boy would be proud of if he knew exactly how his life was going to turn out. It reminds me that I don't want to be just successful, that I don't want to be just good at things, that I want to do what's important, what matters. I'm over being remembered or famous. If it happens, great. Mostly, I want to make a difference, and to do that, I need to show up every day and put in the work that would inspire my younger self and cause me to look forward to, at the very least not be worried about, the person I was about to become. More than anything, I'd want to be able to assure my younger self that my life would have meaning, that I would do something, and that this something would matter. In the previous pages, I've made the argument that meaning is found in freedom, and not the kind of freedom most Americans would think of. Freedom comes in knowing and making and doing good things, and all of that is more Aristotelian than it is uniquely American. Americans are, how's the best way to put this? Headstrong? Rebelliously independent? We don't like to be told what to do. I get that, believe me. I don't like to be told what to do either, especially by some guy in a book, let alone one I've never met. But these types of freedom, freedom of indifference and freedom for excellence, are not mutually exclusive. They're just different types. And one, as we've argued, is merely requisite for another. I said you need skills to express yourself, to do and know and make good things. And to the extent you have more skills rather than fewer skills, well, all the better, wouldn't you say? When this is stated simply, I think most would agree, even we rebellious Americans. We also start to go against the conventional perspective of achievement when we talk about generalism, or the idea that it is actually better to eschew hardcore lifelong specialization and to just get okay, maybe even good to great, at a lot of things and then find ways to combine them. It's good to have skills and know things. So far, I've presented a series of principles for developing skills, though all of that has been very general. Now, I'd like to get specific, and here's how I think we should go about it. When I first began talking about generalism on my blog, a lot of people asked how I would approach public education, since so much of what I was saying seemed contrary to what we're taught in school, particularly college. We're instructed to specialize. We're told that if we want to get ahead, we need to narrow our interests, not widen them. The whole thing is very screwing. It's why people get degrees in subjects like economics, and it's why people then get even more specialized in their degrees upon graduating, like studying international trade theory, for instance. I think this is a misstep for a lot of people, not because the world doesn't need specialists, but because it probably doesn't need another international trade theorist telling us how to run the world economy. We've had just about enough of those. Thank you very much. To answer this question of how I would approach education, I think it might be instructive and perhaps entertaining to take a lesson from Mr. Rogers and enter the neighborhood of make-believe, where I'm the principal. No, take that back. Imperial Viceroy of all the schools in the world. The world school system, let's call it. And, since we're in the neighborhood of make-believe, we can simply ignore any small technical hiccup that might arise in an actual top-down, centrally planned regime. Because even if thought experiments like this one are not practical on a societal level, that doesn't mean they can't impart knowledge on a personal one. By explaining how I would educate all God's children, that is, how I would teach generalism generally, my hope is that you'll see how this would apply to you individually, that is, how you would become a generalist specifically. The idea behind my world school system would be to bring kids up through a hierarchy of skills, whereupon the foundation would be skills that are essential and helpful to anyone. These we shall call meta-skills. And then the skills would become more particular and specific and probably exciting as we go. This is how we should create a skill stack. First, we build the bottom and focus on all the skills that apply to everyone, skills like focus and logic and faith. Those last two may sound contradictory to some, but you'll see why they're not. From there, we plop on our personal interests. Maybe we want to be musicians or cage fighters or whatever. Wonderful. Let's spend time developing those interest skills. Finally, as it is in most situations, there are filler or need-based skills required, the skills needed to bridge the gap between being good at something and getting paid to do it. So, these are the types of skills. Meta skills, fundamental skills that are helpful to everyone. For example, persuasion. Interest skills, skills you are interested in and love doing. For example, playing the ukulele. Need-based skills, skills needed to make a living around your interest. For example, marketing and promotion. Looking at the above skill stack, if a person were good at the ukulele, but also knew a thing about persuasion and how to advertise, they would have almost everything they need to garner a paycheck by playing their adorable little instrument, even if they're not the best in the world at it. That would be the objective of my world school system, to teach all the kids the skills every human should possess, develop the skills each individual is particularly interested in, and layer on any other skills needed for each person to make a living by doing what they love. That's a skill stack. Your first day at school. A letter from the Imperial Viceroy. Welcome to your first day as part of the world school system. I'm glad you made it. As if you had any other choice. You're here now. That's all that matters. And we're all together. Isn't that nice? I think that is just so nice. Since we have so many formative years ahead of us, I thought we should take a few moments to get to know one another and to understand the reason why we're here. Because the job, of course, of the world school system is to guide our youth, that's you, toward competency, productivity, fulfillment, and being a useful, not too annoying citizen. The goal is to get the stars to align, so to speak, to ensure that all our students find that just right mix of success and happiness and peace. So here I am looking at you, and I can see on all your smiling faces the look of carbonated optimism. That is optimism, right? Or do you need to use the bathroom? Okay, you go to the bathroom, but everybody else stay where you are and keep looking optimistic. Because I think optimism is just wonderful. I think we can all have trust and some providential hand at play, even if we must not think everything's going to be done for us. I think we must view the world in a certain, very particular way, and I think a quid pro quo perspective might help. In other words, the universe gives to those who go out and get. There are no metaphysical handouts, so to speak, only hand-ups. You may not always get what you want, but you'll almost certainly get what you deserve and a few things you don't. So yes, providence is there, but you have to respond to it. You have to take the time to develop yourself and accept challenges and build character. There's a scene in the 1967 version of the movie Jungle Book, which is far too old for most of you to remember, where a boy, Mowgli, has escaped into the wild and joined an army of elephants lined up single file. The elephant in charge, Colonel Hadi, is pacing up and down lecturing his troops. At one point, he examines the trunk of a rookie elephant and associates it with a dusty firearm. "Soldier," he says, "remember in battle, that trunk can save your life." Then, after a short ramble about earning his commission in the Maharaja's 5th Pachyderm Brigade, he exclaims, "It was then that I received the Victorian Cross, for bravery above and beyond the call of duty. Aha! Those were the days. Discipline! Discipline was the thing. Builds character and all that sort of thing, you know." In that short scene, Colonel Hadi has given us one of the great secrets to life. It's about discipline. Because discipline builds character, and all that sort of thing, you know. Discipline, in other words, equals freedom. The freedom to express yourself. The freedom to do good things and make good things. And to know what good things are. Discipline is one of the first meta skills we're going to learn, because discipline, one could say, is the most fundamental, the most essential of all the skills a human can have. Since without discipline, what do you have? What you have are improperly ordered values and priorities. What you have is a lack of ethic to deny what's gratifying in lieu of what's important. And that, my little elephant, is a problem. You are a slave to your animal instincts. We'll work up to that shortly, and don't worry, this isn't boot camp. But we do have standards. After discipline comes focus, which is in some ways an extension of discipline, though we can think of focus as discipline applied or discipline concentrated. Focus will prevent us from getting distracted. We'll examine that in a few moments. Next is logic, because if we can learn logic, we can learn how to learn. It's the skill that takes care of so many other skills above the fundamental level. Without logic, we're lost. We'll fall for pretty much anything. But with logic, we're found. We can figure things out and not say or do generally unintelligent things. That's all logic is, thinking done right and done well. Next, and this is the one I'm sure everybody will be interested in, is persuasion. Essentially, how do you get along with people? How do you get people to like you? Sometimes people think of persuasion as a series of psychological tricks or cliches or manipulation strategies. But that's not really persuasion. Persuasion is about taking a stand and having a voice and making what you say attractive to people, or at least some people. Finally, we have faith. Yup, and this is the big one. Faith is what undergirds and reinforces all efforts and creations and orients those efforts and creations toward the continuous and purposeful development of self. It's what stops us from chasing the wrong things in life, like becoming a career prostitute or congressperson, pardon the redundancy. Faith is what keeps us going. It gives us a sense of surety when it seems the world has gone completely insane. Which, trust me, it has. So maybe also trust me when I say you're going to need faith and you're going to need to have to work at it. It's why we think of faith as a skill. Now, I get that none of these fundamental skills may seem particularly appealing at first, especially to children. Who really wants to study logic? But I can promise you this. Once you see how useful these meta skills are for getting pretty much whatever you want out of life, they will become not only interesting but immensely so. Think of it this way. Learn logic and never lose an argument again, even if nobody else knows it, and even if it's only because you'll learn exactly what arguments not to make. Wouldn't that be a nice position to be in? Lastly, we'll work on these skills through the principles of generalism, by applying short-term specialization, the rule of 80%, integration over isolation, repetition and resistance, and what's that other one again? Ah, yes. Skill stacking is greater than specialization. How could I forget? Because that one is really what this school is about. We're not overmuch concerned with any of you becoming the best at anything because, well, let's be honest here. That isn't what this is about. We merely want you to be exceedingly competent across a wide swath of human abilities so you can combine those skills to whatever just so happens to interest you, and be not only productive, but fulfilled. Let's begin. Discipline. You're not going to have a lot of discipline at first. This is just a fact. You're going to have a tough time keeping your butt in the chair or getting your butt to the gym. Because your butt has a mind of its own, and this we call butt mind, which is notorious for offering temptations and reasons to procrastinate. This is where we need to step in and assertively protest. No, you listen to me, butt mind. I am in control. You listen to me now. And I think this is pretty much what discipline is about. Getting your butt to sit when it would rather run, and getting your butt to run when it would rather sit. Butt mind is not just a metaphor. It's something we all say to ourselves, and probably a lot more often than we think. It goes, yes, but what is discipline? Discipline is this, putting yourself in a position to follow orders, and hopefully, eventually, your own. We need discipline because we can't acquire skill without routine. We can't find meaning without something to work on, something we feel is significant, like writing a novel, becoming religious, or baking a cake. Without discipline, we're just wishy-washy. Life will toss us whichever way it wants. Discipline gives us meaning then because it gives us something to do. Through discipline, we work at our craft and can make things. We also learn things. And through discipline, we develop a routine that makes sense of our day. We wake up, steep the coffee grounds, and start on something big and fantastic. We sit our butts in the seat or use them to do kettlebell swings. Maybe toward the evening, there's time for dessert. But let's just see how the day goes before we make any decisions about that. Discipline sets the agenda, and that's what makes us productive and creative. Whoever has found discipline has found freedom. Discipline, in fact, equals freedom, and there's actually now a guy who writes books on this idea, and he's a former Navy SEAL and people love him. He also happens to be fairly intimidating, so when he says discipline equals freedom, you're likely to believe him. Now, I'm not particularly intimidating, so I wouldn't expect I could just say something and have you take my word for it. But hopefully by this point I've made a good argument, because I've said about 1,000,000 times that the person with freedom is not the person who chooses to do whatever they want, but the person who chooses to not do whatever they want. Freedom is found in restriction that leads to the practice of something useful. If you want freedom, you need boundaries that force you to improve. You need to impose rules upon yourself, and you need to adhere to those rules as if they were enforced by someone in uniform. So, like I said, you're not going to have a lot of discipline at first. Nobody does. You're probably going to start out a pretty indolent sack, like me. You'll slink by, you'll do the minimum, you'll cheat on your exams by peering over a person's shoulder, and if they're bratty about it, they'll wrap their arms around their test so you can't see what they're writing. But one day something will hit you where it hurts, and you'll realize you've been wasting your life with this attitude of mere survival and disinterest in getting better at things. We can say this is your awakening. You'll feel degenerate and awful, which, believe it or not, is a good thing. I mean, it's certainly better to feel degenerate and awful now, while you can still do something about it, than to feel degenerate and awful on your deathbed. Let's take a few minutes right now to all feel degenerate and awful, so we don't wind up like that. Everyone feel it? The terribleness? Okay, good. Because sometimes you need to meditate not just on what you do want, but on all the things you don't want to get yourself inspired. The problem with calling discipline a skill is that it leads us into somewhat of a paradox. Because what do you need to develop skill if not discipline? And if discipline is a skill and you don't have discipline, then how in the name of Jonah and the whale do you even get started on such a thing? I'll tell you. You go back to that deteriorated and abysmal sense of self. The lack, as I call it. You look yourself dead in the eye. Most people will need a mirror for this and say, enough is enough, you sack of mildewed shit. It's time to get it together. Discipline is empowered by passion. Sometimes that passion starts as a negative, and as you improve, it goes into a chrysanthemum or whatever they call it, and turns into this big, huge, beautiful, and bountiful thing. It becomes gorgeous and worth pursuing. It becomes something you want to chase rather than something that chases you. But at first, yes, most of us find discipline by trying to avoid some ugly, insignificant, god-awful, no-good, terrible pain in our lives. So the more we meditate on that pain, the less we stop trying to ignore it or avoid it, and the more passion we have for our pursuit. Maybe you're like I was. Maybe you're sick of being slower, less informed, and less skilled than almost everyone. Maybe you want to just be happy for a while, to feel that your life has meaning and that you actually did something terrific and awesome, like whoever invented disinfectant wipes. That guy should be super proud, because honestly, that's enough. You can't really ask for anything more. But you need to focus on that sense of inadequacy. Like, visualize it, you know? Yes, it'll suck. It'll sound like the reverse of all self-help advice that says you should envision your future with mansions atop waterfalls, but it'll get you going when you don't feel like you have the discipline to start. It'll motivate you more than mansions atop waterfalls. You're just going to have to trust me on that. Pain is the only way out. The Buddha taught us that, and he said nirvana is found through the way of samsara. He made a compelling point. I remember working with a guy. He wasn't exactly a life coach, but he kind of was, who had me do an exercise in which I brought to mind 5 life instances when I was embarrassed or ashamed because of my lack of initiative. 5 times when I really wish I had done something, but I didn't or couldn't act. He then had me review those scenes repeatedly to build disgust, to the point that I simply had to do something about it. And so I did. I remember the time I failed to ask a girl to the 5th grade dance, and then somebody else did. The time I got cut from the basketball team, and so on and so forth. I kept rewinding and reviewing those scenes over and over. And the very next day, almost entirely out of the blue, I signed up for Taekwondo. Because to me that seemed ideal. Why not start with this one very simple and humble skill, and then use it to kick the ass of everybody who ever made fun of me? How perfect. As mentioned earlier, I started working out because I hated the way I looked, and I hated that everybody was better than me at everything I wanted to be better than them at. I hated being picked on, pushed around, and picked last for pretty much everything. I didn't feel fondly about any of these things at the time, but I remember them fondly now. They led me into that chrysanthemum, remember? They changed me from a fat and disheveled teenage derelict with a fairly significant dandruff problem to somebody with something to show for myself. In this case, a yellow belt. As I started to lose weight, I started to gain confidence. What happens when you gain confidence? Your discipline improves. When you gain confidence, you gain discipline. A different discipline. A discipline that comes from being excited about what you can do, not what you're trying to run away from. The whole thing eventually flips over on itself like a pancake. And now one side is beautifully firm and brown because you've been cooking it. It's no longer clumpy and amorphous. All of us must start with a belief that we can, in fact, do something about ourselves, and that it's never too late to start. No matter how ragged you feel, no matter how run down, you're never past the point of rescue unless you're, say, 93, maybe. Then we might want to consider other options. But so long as you're not 93, and maybe even if you're 92, it's never too late to turn the operation around and become the person you've wanted to be. I'll give you an example. I have a much older friend who was really overweight his entire life, more than 50 years. And in just these last 2 years, he's lost 100 pounds, and his attitude and outlook and everything, it's just so cool to see. He has confidence now. He's out doing things. He's pursuing goals, learning skills, starting a health business even. And when I asked why he was able to succeed this time, after starting and stopping so many times before, he said it was because he finally gave himself permission to succeed. He said every time he tried to lose weight before, he always doubted that he could do it. He never really believed. Now, I didn't get a chance to conduct a full and proper psychoanalysis on him, but if I had to guess, I think it was that he finally realized he was worth investing in. He also had something of a religious perspective, so that helped. Give yourself permission to believe. It should also be mentioned, of course, that he trained with me. I do seem to have a knack for getting people to lose weight. I'm like the fat person whisperer. I can say that because I used to be more than just hefty myself, but don't you say that. It might come off a little insensitive. Finally, how do you get started? The question answers itself. Get started. And get started on something that interests you, because discipline isn't a skill you develop in isolation. It's a skill you develop through integration, through the practice of something specific, like karate. You don't sit down and do discipline, because what would that look like? It would look like you were just sitting there, and unless that sitting involves meditating, you're not actually practicing discipline. You'd have to be doing something to be practicing discipline, right? So sit down and write or strum the guitar or get up and exercise, and that is practicing discipline. The secret is to start with whatever rouses the emotions, whatever infuses you with passion. There are other things we can do as well, like, for example, following an exercise program. Here's an idea. Make the first act you do every day an act of discipline. This can be a workout or meditation or a cold shower. In fact, I think it should be a workout and a meditation. Because why not both? So let's put that into the schedule. Let's say that at the start of the day, we do a little exercise and then spend a little time focused on our breathing. We'll start with the sweaty stuff and then become super silent. It won't take long, say a 10 to 15 minute workout, followed by a 10 to 15 minute meditation. We're talking 30 minutes max. I remember when I used to spend the night at my grandparents' house, I'd come downstairs in the morning to find my grandfather working out. He did a simple routine, but he did it every morning with no exceptions or complaints. He'd start with some push-ups, and then he'd use hand weights and finish on the ground and stretch like a frog. It wasn't the most laborious workout I've ever seen, but then again, it didn't have to be. He was very active otherwise, so this was just the start of his day, a way to get himself going. Small acts of discipline undertaken every day do magical and fantastic things to our unconscious mind. Having the discipline to do the work kickstarts the creative process. A writer friend of mine said good ideas are rewarded to those with a disciplined mind. It's not something you just happen into. He said if you want to invoke the muse, you have to show that you are worthy of handling what she gives you. And the only way to do that is to show up every day and to be on time. He said it's like waiting outside a Zen monastery. You're going to be tested, and likely you'll think you'll never get in. But eventually, if you keep showing up, those doors will open, even if only to slide you a piece of bread. The good ideas will come. I promise. At least, he promises. This means that you need to get better at showing up for whatever you want to get better at. That's discipline. And we practice by starting something and finishing what we start. Because next to starting, finishing is the hardest thing. Maybe even harder than starting itself. The only thing that isn't hard to finish is sex. So in one sense, I'm just super at finishing. But in another, I'm still working on it like anybody. Because you get started, and you get so far along, and then you quit. Because, well, you know, life is hard. That's why we need discipline. It's about the only thing that can get us through. Exercise can help. We can torture ourselves physically to acquire grit. That always works. Certainly it does in the military. We can do exercises that are just plain excruciating, and see if we can go 10 seconds longer or 10 pounds heavier than we think every time, or every other time, or what have you. Front squats, hollow holds, pretty much any of these will do the trick. Whatever hurts, whatever you hate doing, go with that. As we move into the other sections, that is, the other meta skills, you will find particular ways of practicing discipline. Note that your initial discipline must come by pursuing what's important. All the other meta skills can follow, and they will follow as you become interested in them. And you should become interested in them because they're fun skills to have and, like, super useful. Here's one quick and very important part of developing discipline. Track and monitor everything. what workouts you're doing, all your income and expenses. If you're playing guitar, record your practice sessions. If you're practicing a martial art, then get yourself on videotape. What gets measured gets managed, as they say. And you know what? They are right. Tracking builds not only awareness, but accountability. It also illuminates progress. It gives you something to celebrate. So one last word about discipline before we move on. Let's talk about moderation. You know, that whole idea of just dipping your toe in, starting slow, and so on. Well, I've got to go ahead and say I think the concept is mostly, if not entirely, worthless. The disciplined person is one of extremes, often even a person obsessed. When it's time to go, we go all the way. Short-term specialization, remember. Now, none of that means we've got to be perfect or can never enjoy a little something sweet after we've eaten our protein and vegetables. It just means that when we commit, we don't commit 70%. We commit 100%, even if we can only give 70% sometimes. It's the intention that counts. This is different from the rule of 80% we learned earlier, just to clarify. This is why, when I'm talking fitness or business and people ask how long it will take to reach their goal, I give them an estimate of about double the time I honestly expect. This is sort of my assessment device. Because if you care about something, if you found that boiling hot cauldron of passion, then spending double the amount of time on developing that something should be no big deal, right? If you ask me how long it will take to become happy and successful and totally fulfilled, and I reply, until you're 93, would you still be interested? Would you still engage in everything we're about to do? The good news, I'm convinced anybody can achieve freedom and happiness, that anybody can become a successful generalist and a sufficiently disciplined person with about an hour or two of practice a day. My only request is that you should be willing to give 8. I provided some brief examples for developing each skill discussed in this chapter to give you a kickstart. The Daily Discipline Checklist. 1. Establish a regular bedtime. Get at least 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Preferably, wake up before 5 a.m. and go to bed before 10 p.m. 2. Exercise at least 30 minutes a day. 3. Meditate or pray at least 10 minutes a day. 4. Have protein at every meal. 5. Take a cold shower or a shower with a cold finish. That is, use cold water for the last 2 minutes. 6. Walk 10,000 steps a day. 7. Each day, do without something you, quote-unquote, need. Hint, iPhone, TV, etc. 8. Make your bed. 9. Do the most difficult and important thing of the day first. 10. Keep a gratitude journal. Here's some recommended additional reading. Check out Discipline Equals Freedom, a field manual by Jocko Willink. Focus. If there's anything I've noticed about life, it's that most of us probably think too much, and that most of the thinking we do isn't super abundantly helpful. In fact, it would seem that most of our thoughts are jealous, clingy, eerily narcissistic, or otherwise focused on things that aren't that important, like what we would say if we ever got the chance to beat Richard Nixon, whether we missed the boat on getting orthodontia, or whatever. Thinking is a skill, and one we'll soon get into. But not thinking is also a skill, and that's called focus. Others might refer to this as meditation, but meditation is more of a technique used to develop the skill. Focus can be used to make ourselves smart and to stop from going insane. It's a powerful skill, and one that is left curiously undeveloped in most people. With focus, we can concentrate on what matters and not give in to our concupiscible appetites as much. We can say no to sin. Father Arul would be proud. Father Arul is a priest friend of mine. Short guy, mostly bald, Indian. Maybe you know him? Because with focus, we can sit our butts in the seat and not get up for anything. Focus is the skill that lets us do the work once we've got the discipline to show. Here's the biggest difference between winners and losers in life. The winners know how to keep their butts situated when it's time to write, or get their butts in the gym when it's time to train. The losers procrastinate. They get distracted. They stop before the job is done. And that's it. Now, part of that is discipline. The other part is focus. Because here's the thing, and I don't know how else to put this. There are enemies out there trying to do everything they can to stop us from succeeding. Demonic forces, I'm convinced, that delight in our undoing, and that we absolutely must battle against if we want to survive. Sound serious? Well, it's true. Author Stephen Pressfield calls this universal negative force resistance. And maybe I'm a bit old school, but I just think of this bastard as the devil. Now, we can see that most public school systems have gotten away from offering instruction on demonology, and personally I find that just a little irresponsible, because I very much believe the devil is out there buzzing around with his big leathery wings, or occasionally walking on his buttocks like Red Guy from I Am Weasel, doing everything he can to either scam, torment, or destroy us. And he'll use whatever he can to do it, too, though mostly he'll work through secondary means, using such sly instruments as complacency, self-doubt, and, as we know, the DMV. These are just a few among his beloved pets. Also, the dishwasher repair guy. But the most amazing trick the devil has ever pulled is getting us to believe that he doesn't exist. That one you can bring to the bank. I really think so much of success is engaging in some level of spiritual warfare. Butt mind, the universe, Hades, resistance, Satan, whatever this ongoing negative opposition is, and however you want to envision it, is a real thing and is constantly attempting to thwart our efforts to make something of ourselves. It throws every distraction and assignment on our plate at once. It's the reason there's never a good time to start a diet plan, write a book, or pick up a musical instrument. And it's the reason there never will be. Our job is to do whatever we can to piss the devil off and let him know that we're simply not going to stand for this abuse. That no matter the amount of smelly garbage he tries to pile in front of us, we're going to remain focused. We're going to stay on the job, and we're going to finish what we start. It's not only the goings-on of life that get us distracted. It's our thinking as well. Most of us have next to no control over the thoughts that flit through our head. We're possessed by them. Probably, we feel we could benefit from an exorcism at times. And perhaps some of us could. A little exorcism now and then never hurt. But the good news is that most of us just need to learn to focus through the techniques of meditation and or prayer. Because it usually goes something like this. You decide you want to do something. Let's take writing, for example. Say you're excited, really excited, because you just read a book that motivated your socks off, and now you're going to practice the skill, and you're going to write a novel. You know, I think that sounds just swell. You haul your bony little butt up to the attic, sit down, and turn on your computer. You open a Word document, crack your knuckles, and realize you forgot your cup of coffee. Darn. So you schlep downstairs into the kitchen and brew something nice for yourself, not once noticing how the devil has already scored a point against you. Now you're back in the attic ready to write. And then, a social media notification. Oh joy, somebody commented on a thread you started in the dog lovers group your sister added you to. How nice. So you take a peek to see what they said, imagining it to be pleasant and interesting, and not intending to start a conversation because you've got work to do. You click on the person's profile, only to discover that their entire timeline is just one long, quivering, insane rant against everything you stand for politically and religiously as well. Well, that just about does it. You blast them with everything you've got, barraging them from completely out of left field, and then slam your computer shut. All right, now that that's done, time for business. There's only one problem. You can't get that reptilian idiot out of your head. The excitement you had, the jollity over the project, has all turned to rage, and you can't stop thinking about all the things you wish you had said to that person and their dumb little dog. You could have, for example, illuminated them with the minorly helpful fact that the only reason they exist is to serve as one hilarious and pathetic example of what not to look like. And so it's no wonder they own a corgi. You're just so enraged. This isn't how your morning was supposed to go. This isn't how you wanted to write. And then the doorbell. Well, look who decided to show. If it isn't our old friend, the dishwasher repair guy. And on it goes, your day bombarded and beleaguered by all these distractions and disappointments and doubt. Oh, you think this is coincidence, do you? Okay, sure. That's where focus comes in. It's pretty much the only weapon we have, to be able to stay on target, to sit and stay seated or run and keep running. And this, believe me, is a skill. It's not something any of us have. It's something we develop. Here's how. First, we sit, cross-legged, tall kneeling, on a rocking chair. Look, it doesn't matter. Just don't lie in savasana like at the end of some heathenistic yoga ritual. Father Arul would be very upset. Plus, why run the risk of becoming possessed by a throng of demons? It's not like we don't already have enough to worry about. Second, we do something to center ourselves. Here we could focus on breathing or reciting a mantra or prayer. For people who are particularly prone to overthinking, yes, hello, I recommend speaking out loud. It gives you something a little more solid to hold on to. The whole mindful breathing thing is a bit much starting out. It's too easy to get distracted. But if it works for you, great. Or you could start with some sort of guided meditation. That can be helpful. Here's a plan for practicing focus and meditation. Upon waking, engage in 10 minutes of mindfulness meditation and/or prayer. Then, during the day, practice trigger meditations. For example, doorway mantras or prayers. Every time you walk through a doorway, recite a mantra or say a prayer, returning to the present moment. 2-minute car meditations are also a good idea. Every time you're about to leave the car, or at least twice per day, take 2 minutes to practice mindfulness meditation. And also before bed, engage in a mindfulness prayer-based tea ritual an hour or so before bed. It'll help with a lot, and especially sleep. A recommended resource for this would be How to Pray, Reflections and Essays by C.S. Lewis. It's pretty simple. We sit for at least 5 to 10 minutes first thing in the morning and let whatever thoughts happen to come. We don't try to push them away, but we don't try to hold on to them either. Instead, we simply note them. We build awareness and welcome them lovingly, but also don't pay too much attention to them. Oh, hello, anxiety. Come right in. Cup of tea, perhaps? It's this warm, empathetic invitation that gives us headspace. We're after clarity and independence of mind. We're after a state where we're no longer so entangled with our emotions that they dictate our every behavior and where we can dispassionately observe them, almost as if we're standing on the sidewalk watching the cars go by. Because most of the time, it feels like we're standing right in the middle of the road, doesn't it? Dodging and swerving and throwing our hands up, yelling, "Stop!" Focus is simply about standing off to the side where it's safe and not alarming. It's not about trying to halt the traffic of your thinking, which only leads to congestion problems. It's about alleviating that congestion and letting it cool off, which it will. You just need to get out of its way. You need to stop getting so involved with the circulation of thoughts. You need to stop playing traffic cop. Start your day with this, and do it again before lunch and then after dinner. Remember the principles of generalism, repetition, and resistance. Start with a period of meditation and/or prayer that is challenging but leaves you successful. Don't strive for too much too soon. You'll just get angry and overwhelmed. Increase resistance by meditating or praying for longer periods or in more chaotic environments like work. The latter is when we get into integration. I remember a talk from a holy man who, upon being asked how often he meditates, said he meditates all the time, that he was even meditating right at that moment. The person interviewing him was astonished by this, and his eyes widened. He looked aghast. Now, this holy man could have been making a bunch of stuff up, having once decided that so far as con jobs go, spiritual guru might work out better in some respects than colonics, but say he wasn't. Say he was the real deal. Well, and I think the point the holy man was making is that meditation isn't something you're supposed to do on the side of a mountain. Meditation is something you're supposed to practice very nearly all the time. Harnessing the power of focus is how we snap our attention onto whatever deserves it and pull our attention away from anything that doesn't. There's no reason your work, playing the piano, practicing with a potato gun, shooting pool, shouldn't be a point of meditation. You should also be focusing on whatever skill you're working on. But at first we develop the skill by extracting the principles and practicing them in a seated or kneeling position. At home, in church, while waiting in the parking lot as your spouse finishes the weekly shopping. And as soon as we're able, we apply this focus to every single activity we can. This is how we break free of the prison of our own minds. This is how we overcome anxiety and self-sabotage and avoid turning into someone we really don't want to be. It all starts in our mind. Here's a little suggested schedule to help you own your focus. Logic. It was the philosopher Norman L. Geisler who told us why logic matters. Simply put, you can't avoid studying logic, so you might as well know what you're doing. It is the basis for all other studies. It is the basis for all math and science. Even music, from Bach to the Beach Boys, is based on logic. Without it, there could be no rational discussion of anything. Writing would be impossible. How can you put a sentence together without a logical order? Okay, sold. Now, where do we start? Well, we start by examining a few simple rules of logical thinking and how learning what makes for a good argument and how to avoid a few of the more common fallacies. For example, learning the differences between induction and deduction, and why you shouldn't answer an argument by attacking a person's character. The basics, then. Logic Worksheet. Here's a few questions to ask before engaging in an argument. On this subject, what are my biases? On this subject, am I willing to accept an outcome I dislike? How could I argue against my position? Have I taken the time to best understand my opponent's position? And just for fun, here are 10 logical fallacies that thou shalt never commit. 1. Red herring. That means intentionally distracting away from the argument. 2. Non sequitur. Arriving at a conclusion not supported by the premises. 3. The genetic fallacy. Attempting to invalidate a position by explaining how it came to originate. For example, you think democracy is great only because you grew up in America. That actually doesn't say anything about whether democracy is good or bad. 4. The bandwagon fallacy. Assuming that because many people believe something, it must be true. 5. Composition fallacy. Assuming that something is true of the whole because it is true of some or all of the parts. For example, if a team has all the best players, then that team will always win. Ad hominem. An attack on the person, attempting to undermine the character of a person rather than addressing their argument. False dilemma. Claiming a situation to be either or when there is at least one additional option. Circular reasoning, or begging the question. Already assuming what you are attempting to prove. In other words, offering no evidence distinct from the conclusion. For example, Sandusky is in Ohio. Therefore, Sandusky is in Ohio. Appeal to authority, assuming that just because someone is in a position of authority, they are therefore correct. Finally, straw man. That is, setting up an artificially weak version of an opposing argument, therefore making it easier to refute. How to practice making arguments. Here's a good idea. Join a Facebook debate group. There's plenty of them. Engage daily. Or record at least one logical fallacy in conversation per day. Perhaps you engage in frequent, consensual, low-stakes arguments with friends or family. Or write a weekly, well-reasoned opinion piece on social media. Here's some additional recommended reading. Check out the book Come, Let Us Reason, An Introduction to Logical Thinking by Norman L. Geisler and Ronald M. Brooks. Logic is ordering your thoughts. It's thinking done well and done right. It's what stops us from buying stupid things and voting for stupid people and putting our fingers in places that could shock us. Logic, put frankly, is life's foolproof bullshit detector. And since this is your life, you've got to be able to think if you're going to survive. You've got to be able to figure your way through things. You've got to know what makes for a good argument and what sound reasoning is. Logic used to be a skill taught to almost everyone. Now almost no one studies it. The effects of this, I think, are obvious and gross. People are duped by slick-sounding folks with an appealing accent, on infomercials, at political rallies, in the classroom. This is not good. This is really not good. We all like to think that thinking's important, but very few of us ever learn to do it well. We never learn what logic is or why it matters or how to use it or how to tell when somebody else is using it or not. It's a skill with carryover. To think clearly is to write clearly, or at least to have the potential to. It is also to have the potential to persuade, though we will have more to say on that later. This is why logic is a meta skill. Ordered thinking is how you make sense of the world and how you make sense to other people. You learn to think so you don't get taken advantage of, but also so you can express yourself, solve problems, and communicate. There's a lot of benefit to thinking about thinking. So let's think about it. Specifically, let's think about how to get better at it. Well, one way, and this is going to sound simple, but it works, is by practicing puzzles. There are many apps and games these days that set you up with logical exercises. Starting your day solving a few of these puzzles will do a lot to build your critical capacity. Most people spend no time with exercises like these, with questions like, if Bob and John and Matt are all brothers, and the following statements are true, who's the oldest? Another one of the best ways to become a better thinker is to engage in debate, to actually practice making arguments and defending a position on something. So that's why in our little world school system, everybody is on the debate team and everybody argues and is judged on how they do, and winners will be celebrated and losers sentenced to some sort of yet-to-be-determined, very likely excruciating punishment, probably. Nobody gets out of this, because this will force students to intellectually grind a question to pulp, and that's something we should all get in the habit of doing. There will be assigned reading as well. The book in this class will be Come, Let Us Reason, An Introduction to Logical Thinking by Norman L. Geisler and Ronald M. Burks. From there, each student will engage in a weekly debate with another student or as part of a panel. Sometimes students will get to pick their topic and other times they won't, since it's a good exercise to argue for a position you don't necessarily believe in. In fact, people should be doing that as often as they can. A good debate involves knowing not only your position, but the opposite as well. Plus, having to argue for a position you don't agree with will either strengthen your defense or cause you to adopt a different point of view. But either way, you're getting closer to getting things right, and that's what we want. Like for any other skill, we use integration over isolation. Yes, it's good to study the rules of logic and each of the many individual fallacies, something we don't really have time to cover in detail now. You learn to be logical mostly by making and defending arguments and trying to get better at it. Pick a topic you're interested in. It can be spicy or it can be dull. You don't have to make every argument about religion or politics. Some arguments can be boring but made well, and that's fine. It's all practice. Often it's better to start with lower key topics because emotions will be less likely to erupt if, for example, you're making an argument that oatmeal can lower a person's blood sugar instead of an argument that the minimum wage has long-term effects on the American economy. So you might be surprised. The next step is to increase resistance. Raise the stakes. Seek out more rigorous topics and opponents. Talk about the minimum wage or religion. Force yourself to establish a series of premises and defend them. Doing this can be exhausting, but it makes you better. Sometimes you'll lose. That's fine so long as you always take something away from it, either an opportunity to strengthen your argument or change your position because you were wrong. Here's the thing. The person who practices logic understands that almost all truth is discovered through the gradual removal of error. You figure out what's right by being corrected and adjusting your position on things. Nobody is born with an answer to everything, not even Father Arul. We have to figure out most of this as we go along and be flexible and willing to change. Logic, let me tell you, is just as useful for calling yourself out as it is for calling out others. We all get emotional. We all form attachments to things. But we mustn't let what we want to be true determine our beliefs about what is actually true. If logic does anything, it gets you to think before you open your mouth, and what a valuable skill that is. It gets you to assess your arguments before you present them, and what a valuable skill that is. For instance, right away, a sense of logic should stop a person from ever falling for poor dietary advice, even if they don't have a degree in nutritional science. Of course, a degree in nutritional science can help, but we all can't have a degree in everything we're interested in, and there are a lot of things in life we're going to need to figure out without having the time to be formally educated in them. This is why we think about thinking, so we can think about things and do a good job thinking about them, or at least realize when we don't have enough information to go on. Logic can lead you to the right conclusion, or, often, to the conclusion that you don't know enough to form a conclusion just yet. And that's a wonderful and prudent thing, not getting ahead of yourself. Don't worry about never being able to speak up for lack of certainty. That's not what logic is about. An argument is merely presenting reasons for assuming that a position is true and making those reasons as convincing as possible, even if they aren't absolute. Say you want to argue for Austrian economics or the existence of God or Megadeth over Metallica. You don't have to establish a geometric proof for any of these. You only need to offer reasons that make your position more plausibly true than not, and some will accept those reasons and others will attempt to refute them, but hopefully everybody will learn something and get along. I just want to emphasize the use of the word argument before we wrap this discussion up. When most of us think about arguing, we picture how badly our extended family members behave around the holidays, shouting at each other over their various religious and political and economic beliefs, never once presenting anything in the realm of lucidity. That's not what I mean when I use that word. I mean something that is well presented and well debated. Something, logical. Not something people do when they're drunk. Not something emotional. I've lost a lot of arguments, and I think I'm getting better at it. The better I've gotten at losing arguments, the more I've tended to win them. The point of arguing shouldn't be to win, however. That may be the point of being on a debate team. That's not the point of arguing, which should be to figure out a position, to discover truth. The best way to win an argument is to not be wrong. And the best way to be right is to know when you're not right. Logic can help you do that. Persuasion. So far, we've talked about discipline and focus, or patience and logic, or reason. Now we need to talk about persuasion. because it's hard to get what you want in life without being able to convince people to give it to you. That sounded odd. Let me put it this way. It's better to get along with people than not. It's better to have people like you than not. And if persuasion is anything, it's being liked by people, even if it's only some of them. So here's how to get people to like you and why this doesn't involve being liked by everybody. All worthwhile attention starts by telling the truth. If you want to be persuasive, you need to have confidence in what you're saying, since people can always tell when others aren't so sure of themselves. Persuasion isn't about getting everybody to like you. Persuasion is about getting enough people to like you. Because here's the problem people fall into. They think being persuasive means to pander. But pandering isn't being persuasive. Pandering is having no backbone, no real true center of belief. It's not having enough conviction to say what is true. It's saying only what you think people will like, whether you believe in it or not. Nobody wants to be friends with somebody like that, or if they do, it's only because they want to get something out of them, like free coffee at work. People are attracted to those who have something to say and who apparently believe in that something. And if you have something to say, people are going to either agree with you or disagree with you. A good example, love him or hate him, is Donald Trump. Very few people like Donald Trump. They want to either marry him or send him to the gulag. I'm not saying you have to be like Donald Trump to be persuasive, but I'm saying there's something you can learn from Donald Trump who is persuasive. I'd like to note something about one of Donald Trump's persuasion techniques. Some people say he's a liar, yet I just said being persuasive starts with telling the truth. What gives? Well, Donald Trump has learned to make statements that are often quote-unquote directionally true, but specifically or in other ways exaggerated. This is a more nuanced technique and not something we have time to get into now. But it is not necessary to use this technique to be persuasive, and I do not particularly agree with its use on an ethical level, though virtually every effective politician engages in it. Anyway, it's worth noticing. For more, see the book Persuasion, A Revolutionary Way to Influence and Persuade by Robert Cialdini. The first thing is to become very okay with the fact that not everybody is going to like you and not everybody is going to agree with what you have to say. Because as soon as you have something to say, there's always someone who will disagree with it. Even if you state the earth is round, there will be someone who disagrees with it, unfortunately. And someone who will be offended by it. You simply can't go through life worried about who you're going to upset with your beliefs. The very act of having beliefs is bound to upset somebody. The fact that you own things is upsetting to someone, and the fact I just said that is upsetting to someone else. Instead of worrying, go through life getting clear on your beliefs and the reasons you adhere to them, and then speak. Now, don't be an ignoramus, however. Don't voice an opinion without backup. This is why we use logic and reason, because you're going to need to know how to defend yourself after you've offended someone, even if you've never intended to. Back when I got into fitness, a lot of my original audience was drawn to me because I was bold about what I believed. A lot of people were specializing. I was saying maybe try generalization for a change. This got me into no small number of arguments. But I always presented my reasons lucidly, I think, without taking personal digs. People appreciated that. They liked that I was clear-headed and that I was confident in what I had to say, even in the midst of debate. And let's be fair, I was also very fit, which illustrated my beliefs. But so were many of the people I was arguing against. Ultimately, my appeal came from standing for something people themselves seemed interested in or at least curious about. I was speaking up for the generalists and all the people who weren't the best at anything but still wanted to improve. That's a lot of people. That's one little secret of mine. When you speak about something, when you voice your beliefs, if those beliefs are held by people in addition to yourself, all the better. So much of persuasion is finding people who already agree with you and getting them to follow along because you found some new, cool way of doing that thing they already agree with. I'm not sure how many specialist minds I've changed. There may have been a few, but mostly I've built my audience by attracting the attention of people who were already generalists or wanted to be. Think of political talk shows. They're not necessarily persuasive to the other side. Who on the right was ever brought to the left by watching The View, and who on the left was ever brought to the right by listening to Rush Limbaugh? But they're attractive to people who already assume that position. It's only because those talk shows are so assertive and bold that people tune in and are persuaded by them. Either people pay attention and they agree, or people pay attention and they can't stand a single word of what they're hearing. This is called the Howard Stern effect. You either love him or you hate him, but almost nobody is indifferent about him. To help with your persuasion, here's a 2-step networking and persuasion plan. Step 1. Reach out and introduce yourself to at least one new person every day. try to form those connections. Social media is really helpful for this. Step 2, reach out and ask how you can help someone already in your network. Better yet, just do something to help them. This will build reciprocity, a very powerful persuasion technique. Ideas. Share something with your connections online. Comment meaningfully on their work, or send them something you think they'd enjoy reading. Even better, introduce them to someone they might benefit from. Here's some additional recommended reading. How to Talk to Anyone, 92 Little Tricks for Big Success in Relationships by Lil Lowndes. At this point, I'd like to add a measure of subtlety to this approach. Although I've used examples like Donald Trump and Howard Stern, I don't want you to think being polemic is the same as being persuasive. These are merely illustrations to bring out a particular element of persuasion, which is polarization. You can be persuasive without being polemic, without causing people to want to twist your bratty little nose off. But I'm not sure how persuasive you can be without being polarizing. And that's what I'm trying to get at. To be polarizing is to make people choose one way or another. It's about marking your territory and saying, here's what I believe, and I want to be as clear as I can about it. You don't need to be rude or offensive to be polarizing, but you do need to be upfront about where you stand. People don't need to hate you, but some will strongly disagree with you or see your way, your style, your product or service as simply not for them. And that's fine, because the more people you push away, the more you attract from the other side. The problem is that people are afraid of pushing away. They're afraid of not being liked by someone, and the trade-off is that they wind up being ignored by everyone. There's a saying in marketing that if you're not upsetting at least one person with every advertisement you write, then you're not really marketing. I think this is true for everything. If you're not upsetting at least one person every day by taking a stand on something, voicing your opinion, or being clear about who you are, then you're not really living. Think of the apostles. Those guys really knew how to piss people off, since many were put to death because they just wouldn't shut up about that Jesus guy. And now look, people remember them, even though they weren't all that well liked at the time. Talk about polarizing. They weren't polemic or rude. They just said everybody else was wrong about, well, pretty much everything. And that was enough. You can tell people they're wrong, and I think you should, but only if you've reasoned out your point of view. Once you've got your life figured out, your religion, your politics, your great good service to the world, talk about it. You'll pull some people in and push others away, but I promise you this, you'll certainly be persuasive. Boldness is a lost attribute in today's society. People are so afraid to speak up about things. Even just a mild act of courage goes a long way toward getting attention. That's what persuasion is. It's having the courage to speak candidly about something people already think is true. Good writing is the same way, and that's why good writing is persuasive. People want to be happy. That's the first thing to understand. Any action people take will be aimed at happiness. There are no exceptions to this. But different people believe different things will make them happy, which is why we can have valuable exchanges in which both parties emerge better than before. Thus, if you want to be persuasive, your job is to find the people who think the thing you offer is what brings happiness. Whether that's a diet plan, a skateboard, or a political ideology. Persuasion, I repeat, is not about flipping a person's opinion. It's about confirming it. I hope you weren't looking for any psychological tricks or cliches you could use to close a deal on a used car sale, because that isn't what persuasion is about. Persuasion is finding points of common interest and connecting over them. It's having the audacity to speak up. That's why persuasion, marketing, sales, whatever you want to call it, is inherently magnetic. The more it pulls some people in, the more strongly it repels others. You may ask, how do you even practice this? Well, you practice it by, again, getting into arguments and writing advertisements and sharing your beliefs with people. Also, by networking, by reaching out, by being friendly and offering help. I'd like us to turn our attention to those last few points. Most people suck at networking. They suck at reaching out and making friends. This is absolutely a skill, and it is one you need to practice. Let's talk for just another minute about persuasion through argument. Remember, an argument isn't about exploding your emotions. It's about giving someone reasons to believe in a particular point of view. The purpose of the argument might not be to convince the person you're arguing against, but to impress whoever's in the audience. Let's face it, almost every argument these days is a public event, because almost every argument is happening online. So if you're debating on a forum with some person who's adamantly against everything you do and represent, I doubt you're going to make much progress with them. You never know who's watching the engagement, though, even if they're not engaging themselves. Again, when I was just getting started with my business, I would incite arguments on internet fitness forums. When I say arguments, I don't mean I went into every thread and told everybody how wrong I thought they were. Don't be that person. That person is annoying and rude. Rather, I would try to be helpful by being clear. I would say what I think a person should do to reach a particular goal, and I would explain why. Obviously, because it was the internet after all, people would sometimes disagree with me. Then I would have to argue with them because you just don't let somebody disagree with you. Again, this is the internet. You're allowed to defend yourself, and you should, especially if you have good reasons for what you believe. But it should be done respectfully. This is where one of your fundamental skills, logic, can form the foundation of another fundamental skill, persuasion. Remember my definition of argument, which is no more than giving people reasons to believe in a certain point of view, and when I say you should start arguments, I mean you should try to be helpful by giving your perspective on something, on social media, in an advertisement, throughout the pages of a book. Because that, my little parakeet, is the secret to persuasion. Meeting people where they are, and trying not to change their beliefs, but rather to enhance their beliefs. I don't think I ever sold somebody on a kettlebell program who wasn't already into kettlebells. My business was built on people already using kettlebells who wanted a cooler, better plan for doing so. Now, it's one thing to stand up for what you believe, and it's quite another to turn those beliefs into helpful vehicles. Combine the two, and your powers of persuasion really blossom. Because when you confirm a bias, like a love for kettlebells, and then say how that bias can further a person in some meaningful, productive way, you'll probably have that person begging to do business with you. Maybe you're not even in business. Maybe you just write books and want people to talk about your stories. Well, the same thing. Being persuasive means appealing to people like yourself, people with similar beliefs and ideas and views of the world, and offering them a special experience. Novels can certainly do that. So can music. Not to overuse my example, but that's pretty much what I've done with generalism. I've told people it's okay if you're not the best in the world, and hey, don't worry if you're not, because with the right approach, it's actually better if you're not. So people who are like me, that is, not the best at anything, will want to hear more. I'm not trying to persuade specialists. I'm only trying to get the attention of people who already believe in the position I'm promoting, even if they've never thought about it in the same way I have. I'm helping people who are already hot on the idea that they don't want or need to be the best in the world. I'm only trying to show how the idea can be developed. That is persuasion. Faith. You might be wondering why in the world I would say faith is a skill and of all things a foundational skill. Well, I think for a lot of people, faith doesn't come as naturally as it does to others. It's something you have to practice, because if existence can do anything, it can make you jaded. It can make you angry and upset and cause you to call into question the point of being here. There's a lot of, go ahead, call it what it is, bullshit that goes on in our lives, a lot of stuff that none of us particularly like or can make sense of. For example, deer ticks, but also the nuclear arms race, polio, and smog. All of these are seriously awful situations, and sometimes such things make you wonder whether this is all just one big put-up job. It's no wonder nihilism is growing. I spent a few years in that department myself. It was certainly an experience. So yes, I would say faith is a skill, and I think it's a necessary one. I think people sometimes equate faith with credulity. Oh, you just believe things without evidence. But that isn't what faith is. At least that isn't what faith should be. This is why I like St. Thomas Aquinas with his preambles to faith, or what he would call philosophy. Essentially, he says, here are the reasons we have for believing the world isn't just some random, pitiless accident, and why we can trust in God's plan. Now, let's figure out what to do about it. Aquinas' whole point, though, was to show that faith was meant not to be infra-rational, but rather supra-rational. That is, on the far, not near side of reason. Faith, in other words, is simply trusting in that which you have good reason to believe. Many subsequent philosophers agreed. This was a turning point for me, because for most of my life, I was anything but a person of faith. I was indeed a person of science, of facts, and of reason. Faith just seemed like unnecessary woo-woo. If it couldn't be measured empirically, then what was the point? Or so I thought. Then one day I got into an argument with a religious person, as I called people of belief at the time, and straight away we quarreled over the existence of God. I accused him of believing in things with no evidence, and he responded by asking what sort of evidence I required to change my mind. I said something scientific would be nice, don't you think? He replied that I simply had made a category mistake, and that no clear-thinking religious person sees God as just another entity within the universe, some big bearded warlock in the sky twirling his beard or twisting his ring. So to expect to detect him empirically is to have a fundamental misunderstanding about who God is, to be arguing against something that God is almost certainly not. He said if God is anything, he is the ultimate sole reality, timeless, spaceless, possessed of intellect and will and so on. An extremely simple but extremely powerful mind, in other words. God in principle is not some thing to be found under a microscope. And there went my spaghetti monster argument before I could even present it. He then trotted out a series of logical arguments for the existence of God that I had never heard before. Arguments that were altogether convincing. Arguments that I didn't even know existed. Now, I don't recall how particularly convincing I found them at the time, but they did cause me to see there was another side of the story, one I had somehow successfully avoided, maybe because I just never wanted to believe in something like God. Long story short, I studied the other side, and after many years of doing so, reached the conclusion that there was in fact good reason for believing in something greater than myself. That's where faith comes in. We can't prove the transcendent, whatever that may be, at least not scientifically, because the transcendent is by definition beyond the purview of science. But we can at least make it reasonably acceptable and likely, or as philosophers like to put it, more plausibly true than not, and that's all a good argument is for. All this, of course, is a return to logic. It's important once again to note that faith is not below reason, but rather above it. Again, faith is on the far, not near, side of logic. And that's why it's a skill. Anything less is credulity, maybe even gullibility. In trying to figure out what faith is, I've decided it can be nothing more, and certainly nothing less, than trusting in that which you have good reason to believe. But you still have to take that wee bit of a leap. You still have to trust in that which you have good reason to believe. It's like being married. I can't verify that my wife loves me, at least not empirically, and to even suggest conducting such an experiment would cause me a considerable amount of grief. But I have good reason to believe that she does, in fact, love me. I'm trusting in that which I have good reason to believe. There is one problem with having faith that I forgot to mention, and that problem is this. As soon as you believe in something greater than yourself, you must accept there's a reason for being here that transcends your selfish little ego. That means it can no longer be just about you all the time. It now must be about something else and something more. Life probably isn't about how much money you can make or how famous you get or how many awards you acquire. Faith takes not only practice to have, but practice to live out, since true faith, true belief, means turning yourself over to some greater plan, becoming an instrument, if you will, of divine intercession. While I was writing this book, there came a point when I was extremely annoyed. Resistance was high, deadlines were tight, patience was short. So I was a bit snippy with people and not quite as polite as I should have been. I decided to take a break that day to visit a local church to see if I could pray it out, a practice I wasn't particularly sold on at the time. On my way to the church, I nonetheless asked God if he wouldn't mind sending a spiritual pick-me-up. I requested something nice, something cheerful, like the sighting of a dove, say. I told God things were a little stressful right now, so if he could work this one small favor for me, well, that would be nice. And how did God respond to this? I'll tell you. By putting a kid with cancer in the very front pew. Now, before my, I guess you could call it, conversion to faith, I struggled, as so many do, with the problem of evil. Why, I would always wonder, if there was a loving God, would he allow such horrible things to happen in the world, particularly things like childhood cancer, which I think we might all agree is at the very top of the list of things that suck and make absolutely no sense. Eventually I concluded there is at least no logical contradiction between the two. That is, so long as God may have morally sufficient reasons beyond our grasp for allowing such atrocities to occur, then such atrocities are not in conflict with God's existence. St. Thomas Aquinas taught me that. Solving a problem logically is not the same as solving a problem emotionally, however. That day, I came a great deal closer to solving that problem emotionally. As I walked into the church, we were handed a copy of a song we would be singing to Ben, This Little Light of Mine. Throughout the service, various groups of people came to offer prayers and support for this young boy and his family. The church was packed with people of all ages and types, each giving whatever they could, some flowers, other Legos, and all of us a lot of love. The priest eventually presented his homily. He told everybody in the congregation that Ben's presence was indeed a miracle, in the sense that one particular catastrophic illness had given so many people the opportunity to show just how much they love one another and offer such profound kindness to a family most of them have never met. I just so happened to agree and began to see a point in something I might otherwise have written off as utterly barbaric and gross. I began to see how suffering in some ways might very well be the necessary means for us to build character traits that would be impossible in a world free of calamity and sin. This made sense to me, a little bit. I then began to think, if heaven is real, and if we are free agents, then certain incentives ought to be provided for us to become the kinds of people others wouldn't mind spending an eternity with. Without sickness, there could be no caring for the sick, no compassion. Without wrongdoing, there could be no justice or mercy. But still, childhood cancer? Do we really need that? Maybe, in fact, we do. Maybe it's because we get so darn lost in the noise, as Flannery O'Connor once proposed, that God needs to shout. Maybe? I don't know. More personal, however, was the sense of perspective this experience had given me. Who was I to worry about missing a book deadline, God forbid, while this family and their boy were grappling with arguably the most impossible struggle of all? Immediately my ego was vanquished. My petty problems dissolved, and I began to pray. I walked out of church a delivered man and resolved to remain a delivered man for at least the next several hours. But at that moment, I became solidly convinced of one thing. God answers our prayers. He might not always give us what we ask for, but if we're receptive to subtle, or in some cases not so subtle hints, we'll find He is always willing to give us what we need, and then some. Okay, great. How does all this play into becoming better at almost everything? I'll tell you. Faith is the ultimate and perhaps only way of orienting yourself toward happiness. It's what drives your efforts and goals in a direction that actually will fulfill you and actually could make a difference in the world. Look, I'm a believer in capitalism, if that hasn't already come across. But if it's being conducted by people of good conscience, all the better. Because then we wouldn't need the stupid government to keep interfering with things, which almost always has the effect of making the problem worse than it was to begin with. What's that Harry Brown quote? The one about government being the only entity that could ever make you feel grateful for handing you a crutch after breaking your leg? I like Harry Brown. He knew things. Just imagine if all people were rooted in a sense of higher purpose. We probably wouldn't have much, if any, need for the EPA or the IRS or international trade agreements. People would stop doing things just because they were profitable and start doing things more because they were good. Obviously, I'm fantasizing. Utopia is not of this world. People would still have to do hard and dirty jobs to pay their bills, and people are by no means angels. But you can't tell me things wouldn't at least significantly improve if everybody were rooted in a sense of something greater, something beyond themselves. Now, I'm not saying without faith you can't be a good or moral person. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying if your worldview is one of ultimate meaninglessness, then you don't have much of a reason to be. That's what Nietzsche taught me. I like Nietzsche. He also knew things, at least some things. I think he was wrong on that most fundamental premise of reality, but darn if he wasn't consistent all the way to his conclusion. That's one big reason we need to practice. And notice I didn't say have faith. Not the I go to church on Sundays or I read a spiritual book once kind of faith, but a deep, abiding love of humanity and God. Faith is the orienting mechanism, as I said. It's what can drive you and give you a why so enormous and unshakable and profound. You're not working out just because you want a set of abs or learning guitar just so you can get with groupies. No, you're doing things for reasons so much more meaningful than that. You're building a skill stack so you can change the world, even save it, and serve some greater purpose in life. Having a why, having faith, is what will keep your butt in the chair or get your butt to the gym. You've got to offer it up. Now, take it a step further. Faith compels not only trust, but virtue. In other words, it's not just about what you believe, but also about the kind of person you become because of that belief. This again is very Aristotelian. Aristotle argued that the point of knowing and making and doing good things was, at least in part, to build positive character traits. You do good things because doing is becoming. Therefore, morality is about not only the acts you perform, but the sort of person you're shaped into because of them. Here again is where faith can either help or hurt, depending on how well you understand it. You want to do the right things, but you also want to do them for the right reasons. Because good acts without good intentions don't make a better person, do they? You've got to want to do the thing you're supposed to do, if you get what I mean. For me, that was always the hardest part. I was charitable before I had faith, I just didn't particularly want to be. Mostly my generosity was driven by my desire to buy myself a good night's sleep. Now it's driven by love, mostly. I had to work at that, and I'm still doing so. It's part of my spiritual practice. We can argue that at the end of your life, faith is the only skill that's going to matter. Ninja skills, writing skills, your ability as a salesperson, none of that is coming with you, and neither is your Beanie Baby collection, your bank account, or that Cayman GT4. What you will be remembered for is the person you were and how you affected others. This point was made painfully obvious to me when my grandfather passed. He was a man I never considered to be the epitome of success when I was growing up. He had a lower middle-class job and lived in an upper lower-class neighborhood. He never seemed to aspire to anything, but that's only because I had the wrong view of aspiration. My grandfather aspired to everything because he aspired to love people and be a man of faith, and he accomplished both. He was the one who always held me on his shoulder as a crying baby, came to all my sporting events, however insignificant, volunteered constantly at charity events, and never missed a Sunday sermon. His was the most crowded funeral I ever saw. People lined up around the building like at a midnight premiere for a summer blockbuster. And that's when I realized he had a skill that was fundamental and essential and utterly lacking in my own life. If I had died that day, I doubt if even most of my own family would have shown up. For me, the line would have been like one at a matinee of a movie that's been out for 3 months. My grandfather taught me that faith was not just believing, but also trying really hard to make good on those beliefs, no matter how many times you fail or don't live up to your own expectations. We're all going to fail, and to some extent, we're all going to suck at having faith, especially at first. But that's what makes it a skill: repetition and resistance, integration over isolation. Just start with small acts of goodness and giving. Bring water to the thirsty and food to the hungry, and offer somebody who looks downtrodden an unexpected compliment. Meditate and pray at home or in church, and then bring your faith out into the world. Then take on more challenges. Maybe work a mission trip in there somewhere. Or, here's a challenging one: tithe. Let me tell you, tithing is tough. You have all these plans for the money you're making, vacations, retirement, clothes, whatever, and then you go and just give it away? Don't tell me that's an easy thing to do. Maybe for some people it is, but certainly it wasn't for me. Don't tell me faith isn't a skill. Yes, make gobs of money doing good and then give gobs of money away to an even greater good. But don't stop there, and don't be afraid to get your hands dirty. Go out and do the good acts yourself. Prep the meals, visit the poor, wash the feet of some very sick person. If you tell me these things are hard, I'll tell you, I know. Honestly, I'm not trying to be pushy about religion, which reminds me, a friend of mine goes to a church whose motto is friendly but not cultish. I like that. I think it makes sense. That's another person who knows this. Whatever religion you are, or whatever religion you aren't, faith should be attractive because it's beautiful and because of the good things it gets people to do and because of how it brings people together. You don't believe in God because you want eternal fire insurance. That's not what faith is about. You believe in God because you love the world and want to save it, and because you love Him and everything He's given you. Faith will stop you from taking shortcuts. Faith will give you the framework you need to engage in fulfillment. If you need a practice plan, start with this. When you meditate or pray in the morning, you don't need to make it just an exercise and focus. You can make it a spiritual workout as well. Start there. Here's a few quick ideas to build a spiritual practice. First, morning meditation. Spend 5 to 15 minutes in mindfulness meditation. Use a guided app to get started if you need. The skill being developed is focus, and the benefit is presence and awareness. This will flow into all the rest of your life. Be sure to do it every day. Second, mid-afternoon affirmations and prayers. Whatever your religious orientation, prayer is a powerful and transformative practice. Affirmations also tend to work well. So spend 5 to 15 minutes on prayer every day, whether reciting affirmations, chanting mantras, praying the rosary, or praying in whatever way your religion suggests or you feel comfortable. I prefer to do this in the mid-afternoon, though I will sometimes stack this with my morning meditation session. Prayer, I found, can often be a steadying force to lead into meditation. There are no strict rules here, aside from that you should try to stick with one prayer or form initially in order to set up a pattern for yourself. Lastly, evening journal sessions. Finally, spend 5 to 10 minutes every night reflecting upon your day in a positive manner. Don't just record what you did. Rather, explain why you're grateful for whatever happened. This simple exercise gets you in the habit of seeing the good things in life and seeing that life itself is good. a much-needed habit in a society that constantly slams us with bad news. For additional reading, I recommend Mere Christianity, also by C.S. Lewis. Chapter 6. Skills you may be interested in, but may not need. This next step is easy. Start getting good at the things you want to get good at. This is not so much a next step as it is a simultaneous step. There's no reason to wait to develop your interests. The meta skills, while foundational, don't have to come first. It's better if they come sooner than later, but this is why we have a practice method and short-term specialization and all that, so we can get better at many things instead of just one. What are your interests? What do you want to get better at? There are no rules here, really. The only thing I would suggest is this. If you're going to get good at something, make it something you want to get good at. That sounds like a truism, and that's because it's true. Remember when we talked about discipline and how the only way to develop discipline is by practicing discipline, and the only way to practice discipline without already having discipline is by doing something you like? Well, it's time to find that something you like. When I was growing up, I went through a long stretch of being a seriously bad student. I'd skip class and refuse to do homework. Once, I got in-school suspension for showing my underpants to my German teacher. Some thought I was a degenerate. The truth is, I wasn't so much a degenerate as I was disinterested in all the subjects I was supposed to learn in school. I didn't really care about calculus. I didn't really care about German either. Looking back, I wish I had paid better attention to both because now I see the value in these things. Well, maybe not German, but French would be nice. Unfortunately, nobody ever taught me that math was a way of learning logic. Instead, math was just a way of learning math, which I thought was a skill with limited value when it came to high-level branches such as calculus. I would have been interested in logic. Maybe. It's easy to say that now. Mostly back then I was interested in music. This is why, even as a terrible student, I'd spend hours practicing guitar. It wasn't that I didn't have any motivation. It was just that my motivation chased a separate set of interests than what was being taught at school. This is what I want for you. I want you to develop whatever makes you most excited. Yes, we need some quote-unquote liberal arts, and that's why we have those foundational skills, and that's why I took so much time explaining why I think they're important. Maybe you're interested in those, or maybe you're not, but over time I think you will be. Either way, let's get started with the things you like. What do you like? Woodworking, painting, gardening, cooking, training dogs? You can make a business out of just about anything you can be good at. Well, let's return to music. Let's say you're interested in drums. Or, you know what? Scratch that. Guitar. Drums are cool, but I know guitar, so let's go with guitar. Say you want to make music and you want people to pay you to do it. And say you want to grow your hair out and get it highlighted. I think that would be just fine. Let's go back to a few of our principles. If you're starting a new skill, the first thing to do is to short-term specialize in it. This goes for guitar and it goes for anything that isn't guitar. I would say you should dedicate at least an hour of practice a day to anything you're short-term specializing in. That's a reasonable start. You could do more, depending on the skill, and in some cases, you could do less. There's not an exact prescription for this. You need to use some judgment to decide how much practice is necessary and how much is too much or too little. When in doubt, ask somebody who's figured it out. Hire a coach, in other words. Now, let's consider integration over isolation. What kind of guitar player do you want to be? Do you want to be a rock player, a jazz player, a country guitar player, or maybe you want to be a generalist with your guitar playing? Certainly, I wouldn't argue against that. Still, you'll have to pick a place to start, so let's say you want to learn rock. Let's say that whenever you hear Metallica, it sends a yellow streak up your spine, because if something can get you going like that, it's a skill worth investing in. You probably think that it's cool and resonate with it. Imagine all the things in your life that do that. Maybe it's reading a piece of writing or watching a comedian or solving a math problem. I can't tell you what you might be interested in. I can only tell you how to get better at that thing once you've determined what it is. For me, there are now quite a number of things that fill me with giddy excitement. I'm not actually a huge sports fan, but I can see why people get into it. Debating, I love. Boy, do I get giddy when somebody gives a great argument on stage, something I only started to appreciate after I joined the debate team in middle school. What else? I get giddy over yo-yo tricks sometimes, though I'm not sure I get quite giddy enough to want to dedicate my life to learning them, but still, it's enough to cause me to learn at least a little bit. I get giddy over philosophy and science, and certainly I get giddy over growing businesses. Finally, I get giddy over God. Faith gets me triply giddy. These are my interests, most of them anyway. Now it's time to identify a few of your own. You might not even know your interests at first. Maybe you have a few fleeting areas you're interested in, a few suspects in the lineup, so to speak. But maybe you're not positive because you've never spent time practicing them. That's the test, because to the extent you love something, you won't mind practicing it, despite the endless frustrations that are absolutely destined to occur. I remember watching a clinic by one of my favorite guitarists back in high school, and at one point someone from the audience asked him how he found so much time to practice guitar. He said, seeming almost confused, "Because I want to play the guitar?" To him, it wasn't a valid question. Of course he found the time to practice the guitar, because he wanted to play the guitar. How simple! I mean, of course. If you want to do something, you're going to find the time to do it. This isn't a question about making time or scheduling or anything like that. This is a question about what moves you. This is a question about what matters most in your life. Now, hopefully I've done a fair job explaining what should matter most in your life. In case it isn't clear, I'm not exactly a moral relativist. Aristotle taught us that there is only one right way to live, and that one right way is living well. A truism? Perhaps. But isn't it still true? Aristotle also taught us that living well means focusing ourselves around certain interests, developing virtue, and, most important, seeking the good. Aquinas, his successor in many ways, defined happiness even more specifically when he said it involves in engaging in and enjoying genuinely good activities, and doing so to the extent that both the effects and intentions are morally good, or at least neutral. So there are not too many restrictions here. If you follow these sages, you can align your interests to produce actual, real, authentic happiness. In other words, something isn't good just because you desire it. Rather, there are things that are really good for you, and so those are the things you should desire. Aristotle said this: "He is happy who lives in accordance with complete virtue and is sufficiently equipped with external goods, not for some chance periods but throughout a complete life." And Aquinas wrote this: "It is impossible for any created good to constitute man's happiness, for happiness is that perfect good which entirely satisfies one's desire. Otherwise, it would not be the ultimate end if something yet remained to be desired." Now, the object of will, i.e., of a man's desire, is what is universally good, just as the object of the intellect is what is universally true. Hence, it is evident that nothing can satisfy man's will except what is universally good. That is to be found not in any creature, but in God alone. What does this mean? Actually, it's simple. It means that while we're alive, perfect happiness can't be attained, but certainly a large degree of it can be, and that would be through the prudent accumulation of knowledge, virtue, wealth, and friendship. People hear that word wealth and they're like, ew, was Aristotle some sort of fat capitalist or something? I don't think so. But he did recognize the importance of having your material needs met. Aristotle was basically saying that it's hard to be happy when you're starving to death. He even went so far as to distinctly declare that wealth should be possessed, as with most other material things, in moderation. It should be deliberately built, but not to excess. In other words, make a lot of money if you want, but don't do it only for yourself. In fact, you should probably give most of it away if that's the case. That might sound unappealing to a lot of people, but think of the kind of character it builds if you profit for the sake of doing good, rather than for the sake of stockpiling wealth. I guess you could see this as a metric of sorts, a way of measuring priority. The person who makes a lot of money but then gives most of it away is doing things for reasons other than making money, which is doing things for a better reason. We'll get back to talking about practicing your interests in a second, but this is important. I can tell you that Aristotle is absolutely right about this, because there was a time in my life when I had gotten pretty good at making money, and frankly, I still am. I had a goal upon leaving college of making $1 million before I was 27, and I accomplished that goal. And I had the fast yellow Porsche, and ate at all the nice fancy restaurants, and vacationed at all the ritziest, goldenest places, and you know what? I'm not going to say I was miserable. That certainly was not the case, but I wasn't particularly happy either. That is, I wasn't particularly fulfilled. Rather, it was a constant game of cat and mouse, in which I'd chase a goal, an object, or something I wanted to do or buy, and then I'd reach that goal, get that object, or do or buy that something I wanted, and I'd enjoy it for a while, nibble on it, play with it, or take pictures of it, and then that feeling would fizzle out. It was very schizophrenic now that I think about it. The problem was that I thought happiness was found in having accomplishments and a nice big number in my bank account. It turns out I was mistaken. Happiness is not found that way. Happiness is found in exactly what Aristotle says, doing and knowing and making good things. According to Aristotle, happiness is more of a cumulative quality, then, and something that can only be assessed at the end of one's life. It's not like the sort of happiness of having a happy childhood, or being glad one moment and angry the next. It's more happy in the sense of flourishing and fulfillment. Eudaimonia is the word in Greek to describe this. And that can only happen over time. And then, Aquinas would say, to perfect our happiness, we need to come to know God. Maybe that means getting hit by a bus or something to figure that one out. Let's not rush that part. In the meantime, we can simply pray. The reason I bring all this up, again, I just want you to have the right orientation when deciding on the things you want to get better at. I want you to engage in them and enjoy them because they are good things to enjoy. And just about anything can be a good thing to enjoy when done for the benefit of others and for the right reasons. I think we could even make a case for cage fighting. But certainly music and writing and mathematics and biology and really honestly just about anything. It's so important, so very, very important, to keep the overall goal in mind. We're moving toward happiness. We stack skills to not only create advantages, but find fulfillment. Okay, end of sermon. Let's move on. So, integration over isolation. Say you choose guitar and want to learn rock. Well, then start with a song. Either get someone to teach it to you or pull up an instructional video on the interweb and take it bit by bit. Right away, you'll run into something you can't do. That something may be learning to hold the pick the correct way. So you isolate that technique until you get it right, but don't rush. Skills take time to set in, and it's worth spending extra time on the basics. Your brain works very much like a crock pot in this way. You plop in all these ingredients by practicing them, and then at some point you just need to set it and forget it. Come back the next day and everything will have hopefully blended. And as you get better, you sometimes need a longer cooking time. Initial skills are sort of like cooking lettuce. You don't need all that much time to take in all the beginner stuff and ready it for use in a much larger recipe. Later, you'll get onto roasting chuck, the higher level skills that take a lot more time to soften and set in. Whether that's sweep picking or doing a freestanding handstand, your patience will need to increase as your practice time remains steadfast and dedicated. Remember, you're always working towards some specific goal even as you are practicing techniques in isolation. Maybe that goal is to perform smoke on the water in your living room in front of your grandparents or to do your first set of 5 pull-ups. But whatever the goal is, be sure you have one and be sure you're working toward that goal in some capacity at all times. Don't just practice techniques to practice techniques. Integration over isolation. Practice the techniques you need to learn in order to do the things you want to do, and practice them in a context that is as close as possible to the context in which they'll be performed. Let's take the example of another skill at this point. Writing. Say you want to be a humor writer and you want to write jokes, whether you want to do stand-up, write stories and columns, or perhaps be a staff writer for a comedy show. I think that's great. Part of your practice, then, will be reading and listening to all the funniest people you can find. Just like part of the practice for any musician would be listening to the musicians and instrumentalists they want to be like. After this, you'll actually need to sit down and write. Obviously, if you want to be a humor writer, you'll need to practice writing thoughts that make people laugh. Grammar and syntax may need to be isolated, but this should again be done in the direction of the goal. I think what you'll find with humor writing is that sometimes you'll want to intelligently break the rules of grammar and syntax to achieve a certain effect, like writer Ring Lardner was so exceptional at. For example, in his book, The Young Immigrants, "Are you lost, Daddy?" I asked tenderly. "Shut up," he explained. You might analyze that snippet to try examine what made it funny. Part of it certainly would be the element of surprise. Nobody really explains shutting up to someone, do they? As if this needs to be explained. And such is the problem with attempting to dissect humor. It dies in the process. But when coming from the perspective of a kid, it kind of makes sense. It gave you an idea, though. Maybe you want to try to write a short story from the perspective of your childhood, and maybe you want to bring out the absurdities of family road trips. Great. I think that's a surefire way to get a laugh out of almost anybody. Who doesn't have material they could use from family road trips gone awry? If you want, you could borrow some of mine. I've got quite a surplus. This is integration over isolation. You're practicing writing, but you're practicing specifically in the context you want to get better at. Now, if I were doing this, I'd want to highlight something about how my mom would fall asleep in the passenger seat while driving out east, and how half the time she'd still have a cigarette in her mouth. What would happen next is that cigarette would drop onto her lap, and my dad would scream, "God damn it, Judy!" And we'd all become hysterical, and the whole van would start to rock and swerve. My mom would awake with a start and search frantically for the lit cigarette and attempt to flick it out the window. The only problem was that half the time the window wasn't open, so it would typically bounce and burn itself out on the side of one of the armrests. This isn't much of a story in this format, but that's okay. The first operation of any writing project is to just get something down. You can shape it into something more exciting later. Start with a very rough first draft. All creative efforts are done in segments. You write songs by coming up with simple melodies and stories by devising simple themes. The details, the nuances, the tone, the decoration of language, all that can be added in layers. The key for any skill, whether you're practicing technique or actively creating, is to get started and work toward the goal in mind. Obviously, repetition and resistance are also tucked into this. You can't integrate or isolate if you're not practicing a skill and increasing the demands as you go. Perhaps you move from learning to hold a pick to strumming a chord, or from writing 300 words to writing 500 to 1,000. Just be sure that however you're increasing resistance, it remains in line with the goal. Don't make things harder without making them relevant, in other words. I used to do this with guitar a lot. I'd learn a number of high-level techniques that took immense amounts of time to master, like sweep picking. But they just weren't all that useful for the kinds of music I wanted to play, especially for the kinds of music people want to listen to. I was falling into the snare of specialization, of wanting to be better just to be better, rather than wanting to be better in order to be good. Let's look at martial arts now. Anybody here have an interest in fighting? Great. Because maybe you had a rough childhood, or maybe you've got a lot of pent-up frustration. I'm not saying martial arts is going to cure that, but I can say it helped me find a productive physical outlet. But what would the principles of generalism look like when applied to this? Well, pretty much the same. You start with the end in mind. Is your goal to compete, or do you want to be more of a showman? When I first started Taekwondo, I wanted to compete. That meant I spent most of my time practicing the strikes that were most useful as part of the sport, particularly roundhouse kicks. But eventually I got deeper into the aesthetic side of the martial art, which meant I could then spend more time on some of the high-flying acrobatics and techniques. Moves that aren't especially useful when fighting people, but certainly look cool. I remember my coach would have me drill kicks for thousands of reps, and sometimes we'd have to break the kicks down into steps. That was isolation, but it was all toward integration as well. We never practiced a kick I wasn't going to use soon. The same with punches and forms in self-defense. A lot of times we had to break things down on a granular level. I think this is something you have to do with pretty much any skill, but you should always know why you're doing it. The reason for such slow technique isolation is that the goal is eventual, seamless integration. Sometimes, often actually, you need to pull things out of context to get them to work in context. So you repeat and repeat, repetition, and you get closer and closer, resistance, to bringing that technique into its final form, whether that's a competition, performance, or act of creation. It doesn't matter what the goal is. The process is ultimately the same. What about something that isn't particularly artsy or fantastic? I know I've talked a lot about activities that I'm personally interested in, but there are also a lot of things that I don't get particularly excited about, but maybe you do. For example, forensic analysis. Anybody here want to become a forensic analyst? No? Okay, yep. That's about what I would expect. What about a marine biologist then? Anybody got a thing for whales or tiger sharks? Sea stars, maybe? Let's say that you do. Because this is something I have no interest or ability in, but I assure you the principles of generalism still apply. Take the skill of dissection, for example. I don't particularly know how relevant this is to marine biology, but I'm guessing some marine biologists dissect things, and certainly dissection is a skill. I know because in second grade, I had to cut open an octopus. Frankly, it was disgusting. But I remember we started with just a small procedure for practice and then moved on to the final operation. We were isolating so we could integrate. I forget now what we were even trying to discover, but I remember distinctly that there was progression to it. There was a goal, and that goal was broken down into small little bits for us to practice. Obviously, none of us conducted a clean operation. One kid just put the octopus on his head and pretended it was sucking his brains out. This boy quickly became a classroom hero. It would be insulting to any great dissector to insinuate that a second grader could master the skill in just one lesson. I don't know enough about dissection to say how long this skill takes to develop, but I know enough about skills in general to say it can't be acquired overnight. The point is this: it doesn't matter what you're interested in. The only thing that matters is that you figure out how to apply the principles of generalism so you practice it in the most efficient way toward the outcome you want. And you do so while keeping the bigger picture in mind. In some capacity, you remain oriented toward happiness and flourishing and helping others. Finally, as you build your interests on top of the foundational skills we covered earlier, you'll develop a strong and sturdy base from which to launch a career or a business. There is one last remaining element, however. Even if you build those foundational meta skills to prepare and direct yourself, and even if you get really, really good at things that interest you on top of that, there often remains a chasm. That chasm is the gap between taking your good to great ability and combining it with all the other skills you have, and then bringing it forward into the world and, preferably, getting paid to do so. And it is to that particular topic that we turn now. Chapter 7. Skills you may need, but may not be interested in. Now you've gotten good at all these different things, and you want to do something with everything you've learned. You want to bring your skills into the world. Awesome, great, fantastic, superb. The good news is you might not have all that much work to do. Between making friends, being able to think straight, and being good at skills people are interested in, you'd be surprised at how things simply start to align. People might want to pay you to teach them something, or they might want you to perform or to do a service. But things may not always align so easily. There may be times when you need to reposition yourself and what you offer to make it attractive to people. Let's see if we can cover the entire study of economics in just a few short sentences, because I think that will help you see how you should position your skills to the world. People are rational animals, remember. That means they think about things and make decisions for themselves. But what are they deciding about? At first, it may seem like people make all kinds of different choices, but mostly that's a mirage. People typically make only one decision, and that is based on whatever they think will make them happiest. They're trying to be content, and there's pretty much no scenario we can think of where people make choices they think will lead to their unhappiness. Even people who perform amazing acts of self-sacrifice are doing so because they've shaped their characters to such an extent that those self-sacrificial acts are what makes them happy. This would be an example of aligning your interest to something that is really good, as opposed to aligning your interest to something that is not. Either way, you are interested in something because you think that something will make you happy. But if Aristotle was right, then certain things have a greater propensity to produce happiness than others, and those are the things you should desire. But all that is really for another book. But we don't need to analyze every decision people make in order to arrive at the obvious conclusion that they make choices they think will make them happy either now or later. In fact, even if people are doing something they don't particularly feel like doing now, like waking up early to go to work, that's only because they know that they will be far less happy later if they don't go to work and get fired. What have we covered so far? Point 1. People are rational. Point 2. They make decisions because they want to be happy. Now, sometimes people also make mistakes. Just because humans are rational doesn't mean they make all the right decisions. Sometimes they make very wrong decisions. But that isn't what we mean by rationality. By rationality, we simply mean that people think about things and weigh decisions, but they may do this imperfectly. They may make a wrong choice, or they may not have the information they need in order to make the correct decision, even if there is one. But again, people make decisions, and they use their rationality to pursue what they think will make them happy. This is the most fundamental principle of economics: purposeful behavior. People will do what they think is best in order to get the things they want. Whether they are right or not is another question. A large part of this process means trading things with other people, in the form of either buying or selling. That's another fundamental principle of economics: voluntary exchange. A person will buy or sell something only because they believe they will be better off as a result of the exchange. In other words, people will buy or sell something only when they believe they are going to profit from it. And by profit, we simply mean increase their subjective level of happiness. Nobody will ever buy anything, and nobody will ever sell anything if they think they'll be less happy after doing so. That is, at a loss. You can't even imagine a situation when that would be the case, unless, of course, the situation was forced, as in a robbery or taxes. An economy grows because different people think different things will make them happy. People value different items and services, and to different extents, so they can make exchanges and both parties can profit. Somebody who sells a car for $1,300 is happier with the $1,300, and the person who buys the car for $1,300 is happier with the car. Both parties have profited, assuming the exchange was voluntary. We needn't worry that everybody will want the same things and fight over them because not everybody wants the same things to the same extent or at the same time. This is why the principle of voluntary exchange is so powerful and productive. It allows people to increase their subjective level of happiness by trading goods and services freely with others, whereby everybody benefits. At this point, maybe you're asking, okay, Pat, why does all this matter to me? It matters because it helps us to understand why people buy things and why they might be willing to pay us. Here we are with these really cool sets of skills, but just because we have these skills doesn't mean people are going to pay us to use them. We have to make a value proposition. We have to show people how our skills can make them happier. Maybe you're solving some problem they're having, or maybe you're helping them grow in some way. We don't need to know exactly what that value proposition is. And to be fair, it will vary wildly from person to person and from skill to skill. We only need to know that in order to get paid to do what we love, we must understand how what we love can make other people happy, and, furthermore, how to convey that message most effectively to them. You can't just say, hey, I know martial arts, and expect people to pay you for it. But maybe there's a parent whose kid keeps getting beat up, and they want to teach them how to defend themselves. So maybe that's your value proposition. You teach anti-bullying. Certainly people are willing to pay for that. We know this because they do. That's actually the first step in getting paid to do what you love. Look at and be a student of markets. Study how people are already spending money and determine if and how that matches up to skills you already have. Look at the people who are most successful doing something and try to discern what skills they have that you don't. This is where we complete our skill stack. We identify the few remaining missing skills that will maximally convey our value to the world. Skills that will cause people to want to do business with us. When I was starting out in fitness, I looked at entrepreneurs who were doing really well online, and a lot of them weren't in any better shape than I was. So I knew it must have been something other than having great abs or a heavy deadlift that made them successful. Again, they were generalists, not specialists. Eventually, I found a lot of them were good at things like advertising and copywriting and all those other business skills about which I knew nothing. I did have the foundation of being a writer, even if I wasn't an advertising writer. But the more I looked, the more I saw how important the skills of writing and effective advertisement seemed to be. I decided to pick up a few books on copywriting and learn how to write compelling headlines and catchy blog titles and whatnot, and wouldn't you know, my audience grew. I also saw that people more successful than me were good at selling things. They knew how to make their messages ooze with so-called sex appeal. They knew how to speak in such a way to their audience that doing business with them would, in fact, increase their audience's personal happiness. Whether they knew it or not, they understood that most fundamental law of economics. They knew about human action, and they knew how to attract it. They knew how to make and offer programs, services, or goods that spoke directly to the problems people looking for fitness solutions wanted. Their messages were so targeted, so precise. It's no wonder they were successful. I knew I needed to learn about copywriting and how to sell things. I knew I needed to learn how to make my value known. Because that's all selling is. It's positioning what you have in such a way that people see it as an answer to their problem. Almost everybody has a problem that somebody with a particular skill has the power to solve. The only problem, for you anyway, is that most of them don't see it that way. Your job is to make them see it that way. I was already good at writing and fitness, but I sucked at sales. So this became a need-based skill for me. It became something I needed to get better at to make a living by doing what I loved. That's why I studied it, and maybe you'll need to do the same. I'm not saying selling is a fundamental skill. I think it's a need-based skill. Not every successful person is also a phenomenal salesperson. Some people just create stuff that people want so badly it literally sells itself, which tells you a lot about the nature of sales. Though a lot of successful people are indeed very good salespeople. Plus, a lot of selling is baked into that fundamental skill of persuasion. Selling focuses more on specifics, like how to price goods or services, and how to position yourself in a specific market or environment. But all those specifics are pointless without a more fundamental understanding of persuasion to begin with. Selling, to the extent it moves beyond persuasion, boils down to this. People pay only for the things they want. If you hope to be successful, you need to sell the things that people want. It doesn't matter how persuasive you are otherwise, how many people like you and want to hang out with you or come to your birthday party. If you're not selling something that solves a problem for people, ain't nobody gonna buy it. The best advice I can offer about selling isn't to study high-pressure sales techniques. Rather, it is to focus your saleable skill in a way that will make it of interest to other people. In other words, give the people what they want and are asking for. Try to make something so attractive that it sells itself. Now, generally, that isn't going to happen, but it'll make your sales job a heck of a lot easier. In some cases, people may want something not because it's entirely necessary, but because it's tied to some sort of social status. For example, the iPhone, whatever version it is now. The fear of missing out is a major motivator for a lot of people. People often want what almost everybody else has, even if that thing isn't needed for a good or happy life. Think first about what you love and how you can use it to help people. If you're a writer, what can you do to sell your writing? Because, let's be honest, it might be difficult to become famous from a novel before anybody's ever heard of you. What if you taught writing courses or wrote advertisements or something like that? That at least offers a service to fulfill a demand and could provide the income and exposure you need to launch that novel you've been so desperately scribbling. You have to think creatively, just like you do in your writing. This is what generalism is about, and it's what can help you break free. Sometimes you use one skill or subset of a skill to subsidize another. I've used my more sellable skills of fitness and writing to subsidize my, I'm not going to call it music career because it's not really a career, but let's say musical activity. I've been able to get a good amount of attention for my music, not because I started as a musician and grew an audience by playing around in some grungy old bar bands, but because I built an audience from my stack of skills in fitness and writing. I've used my music on a lot of my workout videos, and over time people started asking who the artist of a song was. I pretend not to be too excited when I said it was me. Same thing with the book you now hold in your hands. There's no way I would have been able to make this a noteworthy endeavor without first having established myself in some more specific capacity. I needed fitness to make myself known before I became the guy who talked about generalism. I guess the point I'm making is that with your skill stack, you need to start by selling what people want to buy, not what you want them to buy. Then, over time, as people come to know you, like you, trust you, and so on, you can shake the system up a bit. At that point, they become more invested in you as a person. At least, hopefully that's the case, assuming you've done a good job and delivered the goods. I'll give you another example. A friend of mine sells a lot of albums as a solo guitarist, and people are always asking how he's been able to make a living from that. His secret was that he didn't start by selling albums. He started by having a YouTube channel that taught people how to play the songs they wanted to learn, and then offered courses doing the exact same thing. Because he provided people with what they wanted, guitar lessons in some capacity, they came to know and enjoy him and his style. And as soon as that started to happen, they began purchasing and reviewing his albums and talking about them. People on the outside thought he got lucky. He didn't get lucky. He provided value, and eventually that value was returned to him. He was, and is, a remarkable generalist, very skilled in online advertising and marketing. All his skills helped build his presence on YouTube, and all his skills eventually funneled back into doing the one thing he wanted to do more than anything, create and sell his own music. But notice the compromise. Notice that he wasn't content to just make it selling music online. Music that was very good, music that probably almost nobody would have ever discovered if he simply decided to put it out there. Rather, he was willing to accept reality and position his skill in the most helpful way possible to build an audience. After he did this, people discovered his music because they had already discovered him. And notice the skill stack. He was great at guitar, great at online advertising, and pretty good, but not great, sorry Bob, on camera. These few simple skills, when combined, made this once poor and shabby guitarist into a millionaire. Again, if there's a hidden secret to being a generalist, it's how you can adapt. It's how you can use a skill stack to provide value in one area and fulfill your life's purpose in another. The specialist doesn't have this option. The person who refuses to adapt and insists on making a living by only selling the music is a person who typically requires a subsidized lifestyle from their girlfriend, boyfriend, or grandma. Maybe this is because they're too much of a purist, too unwilling to lead with value rather than their ego. That's the beauty of capitalism in some ways. It'll humble you right quick if you've got an attitude like that. If you want to get what you want, you must be willing to give others what they want. There is very little room for ego. So the secret to discerning need-based skills, if there is one, is to emulate. Look at people who have what you want and are doing what you want to do. This might mean reading biographies and autobiographies, which I very, very much recommend that you do. There's no way to figure out what a particular skill stack should look like without knowing what you want to get out of it. And to know what you want to get out of it, you should look to those who are doing the things you want to do. Just remember to look at the right things. Remember to emulate the people who are worth emulating, not those who are simply rich and famous. If you do want to emulate people who are rich and famous, do so for reasons other than their wealth and fame. I remember way back when I was starting out in fitness, reading articles from somebody who I always thought was so interesting, especially for a person who was in the workout profession. I always thought he made such good points and arguments. It wasn't until I met him about a year later that I learned he was a history major, and he told me how much that helped infuse his writings on fitness with such interesting little tidbits. At that point, I realized I needed to start reading history more. People like hearing about the history of things. That's just one small example of how what seems like an unrelated skill gave this person a very unique perspective on fitness. It made him stand out. You can look at more popular examples too. Angus Young is a good one, since we're on such an AC/DC kick. And I think what makes him appealing is that he's not just a solid guitarist, but also such an interesting showman. People who know Angus know him for his schoolboy outfit and on-stage antics. His guitar playing almost comes second. It's his duck walk and schizophrenic convulsions on stage that make him almost impossible to ignore. That's the stuff that people leave an AC/DC concert talking about. In fact, he often botches his guitar solos because he's so wild and animated. But you know what? Who cares? It's a skill stack. It's funny. You can't take your eyes off of him. He doesn't need to be the best to be the best. Another example is Mark Twain, whom I became absolutely enthralled with after reading A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court in high school. People know him as the great American novelist, thinking he was probably something of a specialist, but I would strongly contest that assertion. Twain to me was the epitome of a generalist. He didn't just read and write. Twain studied philosophy and history and was arguably one of America's first stand-up comedians. Someone once remarked that Twain wasn't a writer who performed. He was a performer who wrote. Not only that, but he was trained to be a steamboat pilot and a business person. He was quite smart when it came to marketing and selling books. He didn't become popular by coincidence, mind you. The man was practiced and learned in so many respects. In fact, he's one of the reasons I became interested in more than just one thing. The more I studied Twain, the more I saw just how inseparable all his variegated skills were from his success. But how about somebody who isn't a writer or a fitness person? How about someone like Benjamin Franklin? Now, does anybody need to be convinced that Benjamin Franklin was a generalist? Was there anything you can think of that Benjamin Franklin didn't do? He created political cartoons, invented the lightning rod and bifocals, was the first postmaster general, and was a prominent, to say the least, politician. He was learned in matters ranging from science and philosophy to diplomacy and sales. All of them somehow connected for him and made him into the man he was, someone we all know about almost 230 years after he died. In fact, when you think about most of the founding fathers, you find men who were all generalists. Their skills were far-reaching and diverse, and on top of everything, most of them even knew how to duel. It was like golf to them. I don't want to limit the scope or restrict the kinds of people I think you should emulate. I think you should emulate whoever you want to, with certain caveats, and then use the principles of generalism to reverse engineer whatever set of need-based skills you, well, need. Now for those caveats. Just keep the focus on the fundamentals above all. Always orient your skill stack toward the ultimate outcome of success, even if the people you're emulating never quite reached that. You can learn from those who were successful in business but failures at life. Emulate what made them successful at business, discard what made them failures at life. While success and money and fame can all be good, they can also not be good, which is more typically the case. This is why we start with the end in mind. of doing things because they're good and because we want to do them, not because we want to fill our bank accounts, per se. It starts with enjoyment and wanting to help people and know things. People who teach and do good things for the sake of helping people will be rewarded with infinite chocolate and no weight gain in heaven. I'm not sure of a lot, but I'm pretty sure of this. Eternal rewards aside, it's the happiness the right type of action brings you in this life that also makes it worth pursuing. Conclusion. Remember, life is best with a sense of perspective. Your brain, does it feel good yet? Is it so full that achievement and abundance are leaking out of your ears? Do you feel much, much smarter and able to conquer the world and whatever has held you back from accomplishing what you want? You know the secrets now, and you didn't need the Knights Templar to unlock the Holy Grail. It's probably easier than you could have imagined. The key is generalism. Learning a number of skills and stacking them. Meta skills, interest skills, and need-based skills. So I hand you this golden chalice. Okay, it's a book. And the chalice appears to be green, not gold, but, well, whatever. As you begin your journey. Now, we start with a practice plan. We treat our schedule like we would a day in school. Like we're students again, this time in the world school system. There are just different subjects to learn, which means we need to set aside the time to practice them, even if we don't practice them all at the same time or for the same amount of time. If you ask me, I think this is tremendous fun. I think you will find it to be tremendous fun also, especially once you start to find enjoyment within the process. You will achieve concrete outcomes. Don't worry about whether this will happen, as they're inevitable with the process. When you practice writing, things get written. When you practice martial arts, people get judo tossed. If people fail to produce outcomes, it's because they fail to adhere to process. And they fail to adhere to process because they don't enjoy it. They do it for the wrong reasons. I can already hear some objections burbling. How am I ever going to find the time to do this? I have a job, and kids, and all these other commitments, man. But what did I say earlier? This isn't a matter of time. It's a matter of priority. I can't help you find the time. I can only help you look within yourself to see that your self-actualization, your nibbana, if you will, is so important that any excuse not to make the time is simply invalid. You will always fail to make the time as long as you continue to make that excuse. It's like the guitarist who raised his eyebrow in confusion when somebody asked how he found the time to practice as much as he did. He found the time to play the guitar because he wanted to play the guitar. It's not a tautology so much as a truism. Before we go on, this is something you need to answer for yourself. Do you want to get better at things? Are you willing to make a mess and get lost? If the answer is yes, then it doesn't matter how little or how much time you have. People get things done with full schedules and busy careers and a lot of kids. They get up early and they stay up late and use instant coffee when they need to. Because they want to get better and they want to do things. Now, I can't get you to see that being better and doing things is important. I can only tell you it's important and hope that you see my point and don't have to learn these lessons by putting off life until you're 97 and regretting everything. I don't want you to regret everything. I don't want you to regret anything. I want you to finish your life knowing you did the best you could with what you had, because that's enough. But anything less isn't enough. Then you're not fulfilling your nature. You're not acting according to reason. You're not doing the things that God put you on the planet to do. This, of course, to pursue our own human flourishing, would be your ontological duty. As for the fundamentals, you should start the day with meditation and reflection and prayer. You could also exercise. Then you should do whatever you're specializing in. Devote your biggest and most productive chunk of time to that. Often this will be an interest skill, but not always. Sometimes you need to specialize in the fundamentals or need-based skills, especially at first. Not every class, in other words, needs to be the same length, especially not since you're essentially homeschooling yourself. Classes should be whatever length they need to be to maximize efficiency and effectiveness of practice. Sometimes shorter is better, sometimes longer is better, but it should always be the least you need, because if you give yourself too much time to do something, you might spend a lot of that time with your hands in your pants. Do you think Aristotle would be happy to hear about that? I don't think so. Personally, I think Aristotle would be very displeased. Guilt is good, but deadlines can also help keep your hand out of your pants. Don't give yourself any longer than you need to be productive at the task at, I'm hesitating to say, hand. Clearly, it would be impossible to set a specific time frame for how long you should practice each skill. But again, this is where you look to other people for guidance. See what the teachers say. This stuff really isn't all that hard to figure out, I assure you. If you think it's hard to figure out, you're probably just being lazy. You're using lack of information as an excuse for not getting to work. Which brings me to another important point. Information as an excuse. It seems that a lot of people believe they aren't succeeding because they don't have enough information. Some of the time that's true. A lot of the time, however, they have more information than they know what to do with. I know this almost as much as I know how to eat and breathe, since through all my years as a fitness coach, the most common complaint from people was that they had so much information that they didn't know where to start. There's just too much information, they would tell me. It's all so terribly confusing. When I first got into fitness, I remember being so enthralled by the sheer amount of information on the internet. I was so excited at the prospect of getting in shape that I'd spend hours a day reading articles and watching videos to learn as much as I could on the subject of exercise. And while I certainly learned a lot, I also absorbed no shortage of pseudoscientific twaddle along the way. I took in more than I needed to get started and get ahead, and there even came a point when I spent too much time reading and too little time doing. A lack of information became an excuse for what was really a lack of work ethic. I didn't need to know more. I needed to do more. I needed to stop reading so many damn fitness articles. I see this a lot. People spend hours reading all the countless articles on exercise and nutrition, and that's all well and fine until they forget the fundamentally more important aspect of self-improvement, actually practicing the thing they want to get better at. Read all the articles you want, but at some point you're going to have to squat if you want to get stronger. Watch all the handstand tutorial videos you can find. But only turning yourself upside down on a regular basis will cause you to finally master one. Burn through every business book you can get your greedy little hands on, but you're not going to make $1 until you actually attempt to sell something. I've come to appreciate this seemingly obvious but often overlooked notion, the so-called low-information diet approach, in which you willfully limit the amount of time you spend acquiring information about something, hopefully, forcing yourself to spend more time implementing the information you already have. Again, integration over isolation. I found this approach to be virtually foolproof for calling yourself out when you should be practicing, but instead think it's somehow an adequate substitute to just read up more on the thing you're neglecting to do. And this is true for nearly any skill, by the way. For example, I used to fall into this trap constantly when learning the guitar. I'd put off practicing and act as if watching guitar clinics online would accomplish the same thing. Funny how even though I learned things, I never seemed to improve until I stopped watching so many damn guitar videos. This is normally where I'd sit a person down and say, "Listen, my little iguana, the problem isn't that you don't have enough information. The problem is you don't know how to take action on the information you do have." This is where we go right back to that fundamental principle of generalism, integration over isolation, and go to that low information diet for a while. That's where we consume just the minimum amount of data we need to get to work and then do exactly that. And only when we feel we really and truly need more information to move ahead do we seek it out. Otherwise, we keep our information intentionally limited. I think people like to hoard information because it gives the illusion of progress. That may be the case if you're studying history or something, but it certainly isn't the case with any skill that requires perspiration. For most skills, you want to put action above information. You want to do more doing than reading. None of this is to say I have something against reading. I read quite a lot, and that's because I write quite a lot, so reading is a part of that practice. I'm also reading only the type of material I'm attempting to write myself, integration over isolation. I'm not reading to acquire information just for the sake of saying I know things. I'd rather people say I can do things because of what I know, not just that I know things. Yes, some skills may require more initial information than others, but the goal should always be to spend less time seeking information and more time putting it to work. Be a minimalist. Start with the fundamentals and take action as early as you can. Ah yes, to be a minimalist. This brings us to our final point. It seems to me that if there's anything left to figure out, it's how to bring it all together. I can't tell you exactly how to do it, since I can't know how long, or in what order, or in what way you should practice all the specific skills you personally want to get better at. But I can give you a mindset to go along with the approach I already presented. Let's talk about minimalism. Minimalism is doing the least you need to get from A to B and not a follicle more. That is, a minimalist is someone who finds themselves at the crossroads of effectiveness, doing the right things, on the one hand, and efficiency, doing things right, on the other. I say this as a mindset, or rather, an intention, because it's impossible to achieve perfect minimalism. No person can ever be perfectly effective and perfectly efficient in the way they practice, but every person should at least strive to be. To be a minimalist, you set hard and pressing deadlines. You don't give yourself any more time than you need, and in some cases you give yourself dramatically less. For example, I would encourage you to imagine what you would do, that is, how you would practice, if you only had an hour a day to develop yourself as a generalist. What would you work to integrate? How would you structure your reps? How would you add resistance? And, more important, what would you leave out? This exercise, even if it's only mental, is utterly useful because it forces you to pull the weeds out of an otherwise cluttered practice plan. An hour a day is not a lot of time. How would you fill that hour? With what percentage of which efforts and of which skills? Would you strength train for 20 minutes, play guitar for 10, write for 15, and meditate for 5? By examining and planning this 1 hour scenario, you can make the most of any set of skills. Obviously, in the above example, we're short-term specializing in working out, since that's getting the most attention. But this isn't to say you should only practice for an hour a day. Sometimes that may be the case, but other times I hope you'll practice for more. Either way, it's about applying pressure to establish priority, even if that pressure is artificial. Once you establish those priorities, you can then stretch them out. Figure out what you do for 1 hour first, then do it for 4. Most of the time, this perspective will force you to work directly on the project you want to finish. If you want to write a short story, restricting your practice time will force you to spend most of your time writing that very story rather than diagramming sentences. Not that diagramming sentences can't be helpful, but is that really what you need to be doing right now? Get your hand out of your pants. Or say you want to post a skateboard video on YouTube. I don't know enough about skateboarding to sound even halfway intelligent about it, but I'd imagine if you only gave yourself an hour a day to practice, this would force you to practice specifically just the tricks and techniques you needed to nail in the video, and probably leave everything else alone for now. How you fill your hour will vary wildly because so much will depend on what you're trying to achieve at that point. If my goal is to record music, that hour will look rather different than if my goal is to learn music. Start with a clear vision of the end. Restrict the amount of time you give yourself to arrive. Apply the principles of generalism and get to work. I can't say that any of this is going to be easy. Surely it won't be. But I also can't imagine you picked up this book because you wanted things to be easy. I imagine you picked up this book because you want to be better. And better at a lot of things. Being better doesn't mean having it easy. And why should any of us want to have it easy? Nobody who's done anything and achieved a status worthy of praise has had it easy. So easiness, smeeziness, what kind of goal is that? Process and enjoyment of process are to be the goal. And things can be challenging and we can still enjoy them. In fact, we will enjoy them to the extent they are not easy but meaningful. There's nothing meaningful about doing work just to sit on the couch. But when we start to see our progress take hold, when we start to rediscover ourselves and reinvent who we are and what we thought we could do, none of that is easy. It is fulfilling, though. When we get better at things and we combine those things to increase our freedom and abilities of expression, to offer a little chunk of ourselves, our personality, and our passions, to help people and improve the planet, and to make life just a little bit brighter and more simple and fun, again, none of that is easy, but it is meaningful. I'll finish with this. The greatest tragedy in life would not be to live only a short amount of time, or catch a horrendous disease that turns you into an astonishing case of disfigurement like Joseph Merrick, who you may know as the Elephant Man. The greatest tragedy in life would be to live a very long period and catch no horrendous disease, but to miss the very meaning of life itself, which is to develop virtue, to orient yourself toward creative expression and willing the good of the other, and to know and make and do good things. Love may be a simpler way to put it. Not snuggly love, but hugging the whole world kind of love. That's when you know you're getting better for the right reasons, that you're improving in ways that are themselves improving your soul. You don't need every skill to be able to do this, but you at least need some skills, and the pursuit of skills under the right intention is something I feel is just indispensable. Remember the reasons you got started or wanted to get started. Think back to those moments that first sparked your will to self-actualization. Recall the person who exposed you to goodness and beauty and made you want it. And hopefully that person inspired you in the same way E.B. White inspired me when I read why he spent so many hours developing his craft. All I hope to say in my books, all I ever hope to say, is that I love the world. Now, as you make your way into the world, I want you to take this with you. Help each other out. Don't forget to call your mom. Hold the door and smile at strangers. Drop some non-stale bagels off at the food pantry. Learn as much as you can about whatever interests you. Be a solution maker, not a problem starter. Don't get caught up in too many arguments online. Try not to judge. Chew with your mouth closed. Show that you are grateful for what you have by, leaving a 5-star review for this book on Amazon, maybe? Believe in something greater than yourself. Trust your gut unless you're a cannibal. Learn one new thing every day. Meditate, stare at flowers, pet dogs, go for walks in the rain, wear footy pajamas if you want, and never say no to drinking a glass of wine or tea on the back patio while catching the sunset with someone you love. Appendix: Profiles in Generalism. David Bowie. For those who knew him as a child, it probably wasn't overly surprising to see where David Robert Jones's ever-developing and robust skill set led him, to become one of the world's most recognizable and influential musicians of the 20th century. Even as a young boy, David Jones, better known as David Bowie, impressed choir teachers, headmasters, and schoolmates with his art and design skills, inclination toward a variety of musical instruments, and poise on stage. As the years went by, Bowie further developed each of his skills, adding others to the mix, including songwriting and acting. Stacking stagecraft, writing, design, acting, and musicianship, Bowie created his famous alter ego, Ziggy Stardust. He acted in various productions, from theater to the big screen, and wrote some of the most memorable songs of the 1970s and 80s. His diverse set of skills set him apart as one of the most iconic musicians and artists of his age and a quintessential generalist. Dorie Clark. Dorie Clark didn't set out to become an entrepreneur, author, speaker, and consultant with a diverse set of skills and multiple but congruent revenue streams. Instead, she started off as a student of theological studies and philosophy. Moving on from that, she became a reporter covering the political landscape. Her experience there led her into becoming a spokeswoman for presidential candidates. Then, she ran a cycling nonprofit. She was also a documentary filmmaker. Many of these initial career moves didn't work out. Clark got laid off as a journalist and her political candidates lost their elections. But she soon learned that she could uniquely stack the skills she had developed to create a new opportunity for herself and that she could make a profit by doing so. Clark's experiences became fuel for her ideas on how people can reinvent themselves, become entrepreneurs, and get the most out of their lives and livelihoods without risking anything more than necessary. She mastered email and content marketing and became a regular contributor to esteemed business publications such as the Harvard Business Review. The books she has written showcase the writing, communication, and storytelling skills she developed over the years. Her networking and speaking skills led her to public speaking and conference gigs in which she discusses her unique vision of reinvention and of capturing and capitalizing on the entrepreneurial spirit. She provides something useful and new and different to a marketplace already teeming with marketing consultants. And without having taken any business courses or getting an MBA, she is an adjunct professor at Duke University's Fuqua School of Business and has guest lectured at some of the most prestigious business schools in the United States. And as an author, consultant, marketer, professor, and business coach, Clark has combined essential and non-essential skills in a unique stack. Generalists rule the world, says Clark. Terry Crews. The term linebacker might conjure images of a robust and muscled man, a brute built like a wall with immense physical prowess, but perhaps not much in the way of mental or creative abilities. Actor, artist, designer, writer, director, and retired NFL defensive end Terry Crews defies that stereotype. Crews initially went to college to pursue studies in art. He was even a courtroom sketch artist in Flint, Michigan for a spell. And even while playing for the NFL, he supplemented his football earnings by producing portraits of teammates and NFL-licensed lithographs. After retiring from the NFL, Crews went on to fulfill another passion of his, movies. He co-wrote and co-produced a film about the devastating effects of drugs on young men in Detroit. He admitted the movie was awful, but it was the start he needed. Soon came a move to Los Angeles, and then over the years, roles in films and TV shows. Cruise went on to write his autobiography, detailing his life as a Christian, an addict, and a man who overcame his darkest demons. His skills stack surprisingly well on top of one another. His creative artistry helps him in his Hollywood career. His physical abilities have helped him in some of his physically demanding acting roles, and his understanding of his own addictions and flaws contributes to the sensitivity he uses to get into character and allows him to put himself in the shoes of the audience, asking himself what they would want to see and then performing it. Terry Crews is a modern-day generalist, a man who found and developed his skill set, then stacked it on top of his main passion, acting, to become a household name. Dorothy Dunnett. Scottish-born Dorothy Dunnett didn't set out to revolutionize historical fiction writing, but as her skill set would have it, she did. Dunnett began her career in the public relations field, acting as a press officer for various government bodies. Midway through this career, she began to pursue something a little more creative. Drawing on her studies at the Edinburgh College of Art and the Glasgow School of Art, she often accepted commissions for portrait painting. In the midst of these dual careers, she met her husband, Sir Alastair Dunnett, and had 2 children. However, it wasn't until her late 30s that the idea of writing even came to mind. When she lamented that she hadn't anything of interest to read, her husband suggested that she write something. So she did. But before the writing came the research, into which Dunnett dove with vigor. She became a short-term specialist in the ages in which her books were set, going so far as to develop a new historical theory regarding the protagonist of Shakespeare's Macbeth. But then it was on the writing, the depth of her characters, and her understanding of the historical time period in which they dwelt earned Dunnett international praise. When not writing these historical fiction tomes, Dunnett stretched her creative writing muscle and wrote light-hearted detective works. Throughout her many years as a writer and artist, Dunnett also used business, networking, and potential skills to advance Scottish culture and the arts, serving the National Library of Scotland and the Scottish National War Memorial and the Edinburgh Book Festival. She was also an executive director of Scottish Television and, along with her husband, was integral in developing the Edinburgh Festival, the world's largest arts festival. Creative and personable, sharp and savvy, Dorothy Dunnett was truly a generalist. Dave Freese. Dave Freese, a state lawyer, stand-up comedian, reporter, photographer, author, Taekwondo black belt, dedicated family man, world traveler, and, as Steve Forbes, editor-in-chief of Forbes magazine called him, Grand Master of Communications and Persuasion Skills, was told as a child by his grandfather that he was an unfocused dilettante. Even at the young age of 9, Dave would immerse himself fully in a study or skill that fascinated him, geology, photography, anything, and for months focus on that one thing until he was good to great at it. Then, he'd move on to the next skill, the next study, working tirelessly to learn all he could, or rather, as he got older, all that he needed to in order to make money from it. Because, as Freese says, money is a motivator, so if somebody was willing to pay him, that must mean he was doing a good to great job at whatever it was they were paying him to do. As a young man, a local newspaper paid him to be a photographer. He wasn't so bad at writing, so he offered to write articles to complement the photos he took. As a reporter, he learned invaluable listening and interviewing skills, and he learned how to tell stories. He was adventurous, traveling the world with his college sweetheart, turned wife, and learning languages, at least passably. He started companies through hard work and tenacity. These skills stacked one on top of the other so that wherever he went, New Zealand, as a Rotary Exchange student at the age of 16, Australia, Great Britain, the University of Pennsylvania Law School, he was able to listen, truly listen to people, engage with them, and connect with them. They made him successful enough as a stand-up comedian. Now, with his estate planning clients, these skills help him alleviate tension during a process that is usually somber and quite stressful. He uses his photography skills to create and design images for his law firm's marketing campaigns. His writing and storytelling skills translate to effective marketing. As Freese says, To outsiders, this life looks chaotic and unfocused, but to me, it's always been a rich tapestry of skill sets that fit together and serve me well. Indeed they do, as they would for any true expert generalist. Dan John. These days, Dan John is what I like to call a master generalist, a person who exemplifies generalism by successfully combining seemingly incongruent skill sets. Dan grew up playing sports out on his neighborhood streets in South San Francisco. Playing football for school was the dream, but a brush with discus throwing helped steer him on another path, sending this Fulbright scholar to the weight room where he began lifting weights and putting on muscle, a fortuitous move that shot him into the All-American status in track and field. Unsatisfied with life only as an athlete, John pursued studies in religion. He graduated college with a master's in theology and has gone on to teach religious studies to adults both domestically and abroad. John is the American record holder for the weight pentathlon and the inventor of an exercise. Have you ever heard of the goblet squat? And a philosopher, a professor of theology, and an author as well. He's also fantastically personable, the type of father figure you'd want to have a tumbler of whiskey with or invite to speak at your wedding. John has successfully combined his skills of writing with strength training and athletics to coach and influence an entire population of professional athletes and amateur exercisers. His deep understanding of religion, along with his people skills, critical thinking abilities, and downright common sense, has helped him create his own philosophy, both inside and outside the weight room, that has shaped his and countless others' lives, including my own. Hedy Lamarr. Best known as a Hollywood bombshell of the 1930s and 40s, Hedy Lamarr wasn't merely a pretty face on the big screen. Though Lamarr got an early start to stardom in Europe in the early 1930s, it wasn't until she fled the Third Reich and came to America that her acting career blossomed. During this time, however, she devoted herself to more than just scripts and screenplays. Along with composer George Antheil, Lamarr invented frequency hopping, a way of avoiding signal jamming by jumping around radio frequencies. This invention, for which she was awarded a patent, helped form the technologies responsible for Bluetooth, GPS, and Wi-Fi. When Lamarr wasn't tinkering or acting in films, she was a dedicated charity fundraiser, film producer, and writer. She relied on her various skills to push her career forward, scratch the inventive itch, and become a surprisingly adept generalist of the 20th century. Spencer Nadolsky. Dr. Spencer Nadolsky is a revolutionary voice in healthcare, focusing on lifestyle changes rather than medications to improve his patients' health and doing so in a radical way, in a completely online clinic. He is an obesity doctor, general practitioner, author, marketer, athlete, and along with myself and Sam Sikdar, the co-founder of Strong On. Dr. Spencer is the doc who lifts. Growing up in small-town Michigan, Spencer was drawn to athletics, so naturally when he enrolled in the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill for exercise science and pre-med, he also went for sports such as heavyweight wrestling and did pretty well during his undergraduate tenure. Then it was off to medical school and residency, and meeting the love of his life, Jenna. And while learning more about nutrition and keeping up with his own fitness and health, he wound up on the path that most doctors follow, working in an office where the number of patients he could help was limited by the number of hours in the workday. But Nadolsky felt he could do more, and that his purpose in life was to help more people than a clinical setting would allow. So he began to branch out, learning effective marketing skills, email and content marketing in particular, to build an online presence across social platforms. He wrote a book called The Fat Loss Prescription, based on the success he'd helped his patients achieve as an obesity medicine doctor. He launched a line of supplements. He speaks at countless seminars and conferences each year, building his network and practicing his networking skills. Then, in 2017, he took the leap and moved his entire practice online, offering everything an in-person doctor could, but doing it completely online. This radical approach helps him do what he wants most, to help as many people as possible and to spread the gospel of a healthy lifestyle. By stacking his medical background with his athletic abilities, his creativity, marketing, writing, and networking skills, and his business acumen, Dr. Spencer Nadolsky has taken his medical practice beyond the clinic, reaching thousands of patients, social media followers, and members of Strong On, and teaching them to live the best, healthiest lives possible. And along the way, he has become an exemplary generalist. Lou Schuler. Whatever versatility Lou Schuler has, he'll admit he just stumbled into it. Schuler, a fitness journalist and author, often tells the story of how he got interested in fitness. Growing up in St. Louis, Missouri, he really wanted to be good at sports but was consistently the slowest, skinniest, weakest, and most four-eyed kid who showed up to play. That's why he started working out when he was 13. Both he and his older brother hit the weights together, and neither of them had any idea what they were doing, but they kept at it until they got a little stronger and a little less slow. Writing is another area where he thrashed around until finding his niche. He wanted to write fiction and screenplays, but even as a teenager he knew the odds were stacked against making a living as a novelist or screenwriter. And he had no desire to go to a big city and starve or freeze to death while he waited for his big break. So he decided to head to college and major in journalism. As luck would have it, he went to the University of Missouri, which has one of the best journalism programs in the country, without paying out-of-state tuition. For 10 years after college, Schuler bounced back and forth between jobs at newspapers and magazines, and stints where he focused on fiction and screenwriting, while waiting tables to pay the bills. By the time he got his first job at a fitness magazine in 1992, he'd been working out consistently for 22 years, and for more than a decade he'd been writing fiction and nonfiction for hours a day, virtually every day. So even though he had written, at most, a half-dozen articles specific to health or fitness, he'd knocked out hundreds about everything else, along with thousands of pages of novels and screenplays. He'd even done some stand-up comedy right after college, and now, with the rest of the world getting more interested in fitness and nutrition, he found himself in the right place at the right time, with the right mix of technical skills, creative energy, and a sense of humor. He still needed to develop expertise in fitness and nutrition, and that was a struggle. Without a background in science beyond high school classes in biology and chemistry, and knowing nothing about statistics, Schuler dove into the science behind the fitness, and earning those credentials made him bilingual. He was now fluent in English and geekish. The payoff? He can interview a scientist without sounding like an idiot, and then write an entertaining article that a non-scientist can understand, weaving a story that reflects the creative problem-solving skills of a fiction writer. Somnath Sikdar. The first time Somnath Sikdar, now a 6th degree Taekwondo black belt, walked into a martial arts facility, he was 6 years old, filled with visions of ninjas based on the, at the time, newly released movie Karate Kid 2. Of course, back then, Som couldn't know that he'd just become a student at the very same facility he would, 20-some years later, own. But there were a lot of years and a lot of skills to develop in between throwing his very first kick to becoming the owner of a martial arts facility and an entrepreneur, publisher, business consultant, and marketer. Som continued to attend Taekwondo classes, becoming more and more disciplined over the years. In the months leading up to a summer-long vacation to India, he practiced extra each day so that he wouldn't lose the skills he'd already developed. Perhaps back then he didn't realize he was developing the skill that would be most crucial to his entrepreneurial success later on in life: discipline. He earned his first degree junior black belt at the age of 9, then a second, and by the time he had gone off to college, he had already attained his third dan. With his family's encouragement, Sikdar attended the University of Pennsylvania, where he earned a bachelor's in electrical engineering and minored in systems science and economics. During his college tenure, as well as afterward, Sikdar coached competitive Taekwondo teams at the collegiate level. He even used his combative skills as an extra in a martial arts film. But Sikdar's successes go beyond martial arts. He, along with 2 other former Pee Wee Taekwondo students, bought the Dragon Gym from their former teacher, Master Chai Tai Go. Only in his 20s, Sikdar had to switch gears from the methodical perspective of engineering to its creative perspective, learning how to effectively market his gym through email and direct mail, increase class attendance, and broaden the gym's offerings. He added kettlebell training and Muay Thai classes, as well as yoga, physical therapy, and massage therapy. But the skills and process management that he developed in college and the discipline he developed throughout his formative years served him well as he created and shaped the systems necessary to run the business and improve the dojang he grew up in. He published books on martial arts and kettlebell training. He markets, fills, and hosts certifications and workshops each year and advises both national and local business masterminds. Along with myself and Dr. Spencer Nadolski, Sikdar is a co-founder of Strong On, and Dragon Gym is now the worldwide Strong On headquarters. Sikdar's experience in running a brick-and-mortar martial arts business and workout facility makes him invaluable as a business coach and consultant to the countless personal trainers and kettlebell instructors whom we help through our Strong On franchise program. He is also the co-host of a weekly online show in Top Form with another of our profile generalists, Dave Fries. The show teaches viewers how to develop a diverse set of skills to optimize their lives and livelihood. From a proclaimed weak, small, and shy child to an electrical engineer, 6th-degree Taekwondo black belt, and entrepreneur, Sam Sikdar embodies the generalist, a person who can effectively blend and stack a variety of skills to gain a competitive advantage. Donald Trump. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump may be the most polarizing of all our case studies. But love him or hate him, he's a great example of a generalist. After graduating from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, Donald Trump took over running the family real estate business, a position he held from 1971 until 2017. While at the helm of the now-named Trump Organization, he expanded the company's role beyond the building and managing of real estate properties, such as golf courses, casinos, and hotels, and diversified into hundreds of side ventures. Trump was heavily involved in various sporting events, from the defunct New Jersey Generals football team to the hosting of Mike Tyson's 1988 heavyweight championship fight. He even went on to be Tyson's financial advisor. He also owned stakes in the Miss Universe pageant and ran the Trump University Real Estate Training Program. Outside these business ventures, Trump has co-authored several books and has made cameo appearances in movies and TV shows since the 1990s, not including his role as executive producer and host of the wildly popular reality shows The Apprentice and The Celebrity Apprentice, which aired for 14 seasons and inspired international spin-offs. Then, in 2016, Donald Trump announced his presidential bid. Politics had been on his radar since the late 1980s, putting him in yet another field entirely, one that called on all his past skill development to catapult him to the forefront of a packed presidential race. The running and creating of business entities is Trump's foremost skill and the one he stacked all others on top of. However, a lot goes into running a business: management skills, financial management skills, risk mitigation skills, marketing skills, networking skills. Trump's ability to get as far as he did in both the public eye and the political landscape speaks to his people and communication skills. The man also knows how to entertain, or at least, for better or worse, how to hold people's attention. These wide-ranging yet congruent skills helped Trump create the success over the past 45-plus years, and all these skills culminated to help him win the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Mark Twain. Mark Twain, Samuel Langhorne Clemens, was a humorist, author, performer, lecturer, inventor, publisher, and entrepreneur, and he was the great American generalist. While his legacy now places him squarely in the category of writer, Twain came from a wide and varied background. Without his breadth over depth approach, he would not have enjoyed the success he did in life, nor would he have become the storied figure of history he is today. Enamored with steamboats, Twain worked as a steamboat pilot for 3 years until the Civil War forced him into other work. Fascinated by science, he befriended Nikola Tesla and tinkered away in Tesla's laboratory. Twain obtained his first of 3 patents on December 19, 1871. Tempted by adventure, he became secretary to the Nevada Territory governor, a silver miner, and an overseas newspaper correspondent. Talented in performing, he took to the stage, regaling audiences with his adventures and delighting them with his quirky sense of humor. He became the world's first stand-up comedian, performing around the world in 1895 to pay off his debts. Money management wasn't in his skill set. Each and every one of his experiences, passions, and jobs at one time or another stacked on his primary skill, writing. Steamboats and river life featured heavily in his most famous works, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Science and technology were a focus in his alternate history novel, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. And his travels were recounted and, much to the amusement of his readership, stretched and poked and prodded and became hilarious and poignant commentaries in Roughing It and The Innocents Abroad. He developed his skill set over a lifetime, surging in some areas, maintaining in others, to create a career and legacy that surpassed those of any other American writer then and now. Twain was the quintessential generalist. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of How to Be Better at Almost Everything by Pat Flynn. Performed by the author. Performance copyright 2018 by Brilliance Publishing Inc., all rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.